I'm Vita Muir, and I'm the founder, artistic, and executive director of Litchfield Jazz. I'm responsible for shaping programs, dreaming up new programs, creating connections for students with the wider world and what their future is, what colleges they're going to, just everything. I'm kind of the mama of what happens here.
My job is to help organize all the musical educational journey of the camp, and I have a great set of colleagues, and we all work together to make for great experiences for the students.
What drew me to jazz was the fact that you could improvise over chord changes, that it wasn't just classical where there's like a written melody that you have to play certain notes.
I don't think I would have pursued music as a career if I hadn't come to Litchfield, because nobody from where I was from was making a living as a musician. And so having mentors and people that I could look up to, such as the faculty members and my own peers at the Litchfield Jazz Camp, helped make me realize that a career in music is possible, and made me feel safe when I moved to New York City because I knew people that I had met at Litchfield Jazz Camp there.
The fact that you don't have to send in an audition tape to come here really sends the message that anyone is welcome.
Litchfield is special because of the family environment. The way it's run is smooth from start to finish.
There's something vital about youth and about what they're experiencing right now.
The jazz camp started in 1997. We run a program that runs for 4 weeks. It's a boarding and day program with in excess of 300 people attending. Our youngest student ever was 9, and our oldest student was an 80-year-old piano player.
We originally decided to come to Litchfield Jazz Camp because we were doing a search on camps that involved music, and this one was so highly rated, so we decided to come.
I decided to go to Litchfield Jazz Camp because I saw a lot of great faculty members. It's been a joy, very heart-filling.
I've made friends from all over the world, and I think that sense of community is just really special and it brings people together.
My daughter is a bassist. Her name is Mile. From the moment she got here, she said, "Mom, this is my second home."
I got here and it was the first time I had ever played music with other people, which was a really life-changing experience.
Most of jazz's formative years was the apprenticeship system. The older ones and more experienced ones share with the younger ones less experienced, and they all work together. So we formed the classes around this model.
A lot of my teachers would give me the freedom to express myself in music. I know where they're at, the way it feels to be surrounded by all these kids that could play music. I could give them the opportunity to express themselves the way they want to.
This has been one of the most consistent things in my life for, the past 5 years. There's nowhere near the same connection with the other musicians as getting to play with people every day, and it really does feel like a Litchfield Jazz Camp family here.
I was 12 when I first came to the Litchfield Jazz Camp. I was able to teach from a young age and teach alongside great teachers. So that's a very unique experience that not many places give young people, to not only have their input valued as a young professional, but also guided by someone with years of experience.
It's more than just like a teacher-student relationship. They give you their information and everything, and it just feels like working together and having that type of relationship.
The reason I teach jazz music in general is to help 300 people become better versions of themselves. It gives you tools and gives you various ways of dealing with other elements of your larger life.
Composition is a big part of being a jazz musician. Almost all the combos perform original compositions by the people in the groups. And
when you're coming to the Litchfield Jazz Camp, not only are you coming to learn more about your craft, but you're also coming here to be part of a bigger community and a bigger family that you don't realize till way later.
Luke said it was his favorite camp. He came here all 3 times not knowing anyone, but he said that the camaraderie was amazing, and the whole focus on music being part of your soul and part of you, and exploring that, and everybody being accepting of that, he really enjoyed, and he felt that this is just a community he wanted to continue to be part of.
It's important to have the kids know that even though they're starting up, you can have a career in music. In other schools, they may just say, oh, it's just a fun thing to do, it's a hobby, but we give that opportunity of real-world experience that you can do it.
It's amazing to see what they know at such a young age. Many of them come here with a lot of knowledge and a lot of drive to learn and be better, and that encourages me to want to be better too.
We learn from the students too, just as much.
Outside of the classroom, the faculty have been so incredibly welcoming. For all of the students, we all feel really close with them. They're all just such amazing people.
The other major activity is the faculty concerts, which happen every night at camp. That's a moment where we demonstrate our passion, our skill with the music, and the students can see us really doing our thing.
Hearing the faculty at night has lifted up my soul and my spirit.
I get to tour and travel and perform throughout the year, so we meet all these awesome musicians, and I know that if I bring them here, they're really going to bring a unique perspective to students.
Having DownBeat around is really great support because every year they remember you, and it gives that tighter kind of vibe within the camp.
The mission of Litchfield Performing Art is to help largely young people find their best selves, give them all the tools they need to do that.
And mostly through the vehicle of jazz, but other ways too.
Yeah.
This was his first time at a music camp, so I was a little nervous, but I found that the tone from the camp leadership was really friendly and welcoming, so I knew he was in good hands.
Come into it with an open mind. Focus on improving yourself and improving you as a person, you as a musician. Just having fun, because that's very important. And I mean, this place is fun, so it's not that hard.
To a young person that's looking into Litchfield Jazz Camp, I'd say it's a fulfilling experience in all areas. Between the friendships you make, the music you make, everything about it, I absolutely adore.
Taking yourself out of your comfort zone is going to make you grow so much, not just as a musician, but also just as a human being.
It's not just about music, it's about life. It's about living a good and full and happy life. So when our kids get out into the world, they're ready on so many levels.
Mile has found her people at Litchfield. I'm just happy for her. I'm happy she's found her place. I would definitely suggest the camp to other families.
It is this generation that's redefining what jazz is and how we navigate and create the new structure.
Coming here was just the actual proof that I can do this. I think I'm the product of the testament of what can happen. It's a sheer joy to be with the children and nurturing them and seeing them grow through the end of the week.
Folks come hang out with us and leave better, faster, stronger, like the $6 million jazz musician.
It's nice. It's nice when it's nice.
It's great fun. Yeah, and we have a great time doing it. The whole journey is fun.
The 25th anniversary of the Litchfield Jazz Festival. This year it's a little different.
As you all know, we're bringing you the festival virtually. That is, we're live and you guys are live, but we're not all in the same place. It will be tremendously enjoyable, nevertheless, and maybe give us an opportunity to do even more things for you that will be entertaining. I wanted to take a moment to say that this is a dark time for many people. My heart goes out to people who've lost people. Some of us have been inconvenienced and others of us have been devastated, and that's an important thing to acknowledge. But we thought we could bring a little brightness into your day and into your life by doing this festival. It's been made possible because we've had support from the community, we've had support from the federal government, as a matter of fact, which came as a surprise, and we're thrilled that it happened. And the other support we had was absolutely invaluable, and that was Telefunken. Telefunken has been a partner of ours for 5 years now, and I approached Alan about doing the festival from here, and he said, sure. So here we are. Also, this would not have happened if it hadn't been for our clever boys in the back room, which includes a girl. We have run the camp as well, virtually, and that's been very successful. We've just wrapped up 2 weeks of teaching students, and the folks who made that possible were our little geniuses. I have to tell you something about jazz musicians. They're all, to a man and a woman, very, very smart. And the smart ones that we have are also technologically smart, and they have worked out everything that we need. Now, I hope we're glitchless today so we can prove it, but then we can blame Telefunken. But they really worked out the minute that the pandemic struck, and we knew that we would have to do something or nothing, and nothing was unacceptable. The something was we were going to bring you music, and we were going to bring the children music and music education. And the people we have to thank for that are Albert Rivera, our Director of Operations, and my adopted son. He's been around for more than half his life with us. Tegan Ryan, who is, you can take that off so they can see your pretty face. We're allowed to do that here. Tegan is our second in command at Litchfield and has worked hand in hand with Albert. And the other person who's responsible for making this possible is Andrew Hadro, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today. So, we're going to have a wonderful day of music. Nicole Zuraitis is waiting here. Kris Allen, where is Kris Allen? There's Kris Allen. Kris Allen was the youngest member of our faculty when he joined us. He was 24 years old, and he was in a faculty with people who were twice, 2.5 times as old as he was. And from the very beginning, we did surveys. We wanted to know, how's everything going? Who did you like? What did you like? And at the age of 24, he was the most popular and lauded teacher. He's now holding a very prestigious chair at Williams College, and he is playing on this. He's going to wear 16 hats today. He's playing on the festival in the Charlie Parker tribute. He's leading that band. So I'm going to leave, and he's going to tell you all the things you want to hear about what's going to happen and thank a few people. Thank you, Kris. You're welcome.
Yes, how about for Vita Muir? I didn't realize this was going to entail a little bit of embarrassment, but here we go. As Vita said, my name is Kris Allen. It's really a pleasure to be here in this beautiful space. I'm going to have the pleasure of introducing the bands today. We've got a great afternoon of music. We've got tributes to some true legends that would have had centennial birthdays during this year, Art Blakey and Charlie Parker, and we're going to start with a band that's a really special kind of celebration of our Litchfield family. First, I want to specifically thank some of our sponsors. As we've mentioned already, everybody here at Telefunken Soundstage. It's just been an amazing atmosphere. We've all been kind of knocked out by this facility and everyone's professionalism the whole time, and it's just been a real treat. So thank you again to Telefunken. We'd like to thank DownBeat Magazine, the National Endowment for the Arts, the State of Connecticut Office for the Arts, the Northwest Connecticut Community Foundation, and a special thanks also for your hospitality to the Sheraton Hartford Hotel at Bradley Airport. Yes, and I will also call your attention to links that you'll see periodically at the bottom of your screen for donations via PayPal or Venmo, and also a special opportunity through a SurveyMonkey survey. And we'd love to get your feedback and by anything pertaining to this festival or festival in years past, and just, you know, get your feedback and communicate with us. And we will be sending, we'll be drawing at random some names out of those who complete that survey to send a special 20th anniversary CD that we put out a few years ago, compiling a bunch of notable performances from you know, the first 20 years of the Litchfield Festival. And as Vita mentioned, now we're on number 25, so maybe we're almost due for another CD. So, without any further ado, I think I might have said that before already, but I would like to present a bunch of great musicians, all who have various ties to Litchfield Camp, Litchfield Festival, be they as campers, faculty members, band leaders on our stage. And we're really happy to welcome Anson Jones, Dan Pugach, Luques Curtis, Jen Allen, all under the amazing directorship of Nicole Zuraitis.
Thank you, Kris. Welcome. That old black magic got me in its spell. The old black magic that you weave so well. The icy fingers up and down my spine. The same old witchcraft when your eyes meet mine. The same old feeling that I feel inside. And then that elevator starts to ride, and down I go, round and around I go, like a leaf that's caught in a tide. I could stay away, but what can I do? I hear your name and I'm aflame. A flame of such a burning desire that only your kiss can put out the fire. Well, you're the lover I have waited for, the mate that fate had me created for. And every time your lips meet mine, darling, down and down I go, around and around I go. Old black magic called. Stay awake, but what can I do? I hear your name and I'm a flame of such a burning desire that only your kiss can put out the fire. You're the lover I have waited for, the mate that fate had me created for. And every time your lips meet mine, darling, down and down I go, round and around I go in a spin. Loving that spin I'm in. Loving that old black magic called love. Got me spinning and spinning and spinning around like an elevator going down, and that old black magic called love. Black magic called love. Hey. Awesome. Welcome to Litchfield Jazz Festival, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you an incredible singer, songwriter, and dear friend, and I guess student of mine, Anson Z. Jones. Come to the stage.
Hello. Hello.
I would like to, well, that was that old black magic, but we're going to do a lot of songs in this set that have to do with water, coffee,
Moons.
lots of moons, bridges and rivers.
A couple rivers.
Yeah, so I think to start, we're going to do the song from my album that comes out next Friday. It's called Make It Flood. It's a song that I wrote, and Anson will be featured singing background harmonies. I never feared the big storms, always saw the rain, wasn't deafened by the thunder until you came my way. Then suddenly harmonies, a symphony of sound, to understand the power when lightning strikes the ground. Take the river, make it flood with my goodness. This is the coolest thing that's happened to us in 5 months.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys. At home, what are you guys doing at home? You're doing all sorts of cool stuff, I'm sure. Are you wearing pants? Who knows? It doesn't really matter because that's the cool part about virtual streams. And we're going to move on and do our little river set and do a song called Chelsea Bridge. And there are no lyrics to Chelsea Bridge, so I decided I would write a pair of lyrics to it. And this will feature Anson, and it's literally about Chelsea Bridge, but finding love there. Yeah. And know you will have to leave. Funny, love us in
You guys can clap in here. You're all wearing masks. No one's putting a mask on your hand. Man, we love it here at Telefunken. I have the distinct honor and privilege of being one of their VIP artists. And now Dan and I have, 8 to 10 Telefunken mics in our home studio. It's pretty exciting. Anson, beautiful solo. Really, really stunning. So I was also teaching at the Litchfield Jazz Camp this past week and the week before that. And one of the electives that I thought would be really fun to teach online was songwriting, because the Great American Songbook back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s was the pop music of the equivalent of today's pop music, right? So we love the Great American Songbook. We're going to do plenty of that in this set. We also want to do some stuff by Joni Mitchell and other songwriters that have inspired us. So we're going to put our little jazzy spin, inspired by Herbie Hancock's version of Joni Mitchell's River.
It's coming on Christmas. They're cutting down trees. They're putting up reindeer, singing songs of joy and peace. I wish I had a river I could skate away on. But it don't snow here. It stays pretty green. I'm gonna make a lot of money and then I'm gonna quit this crazy scene. I wish I had a river I could skate away on. I wish I had a river so long I could teach my feet to fly, fly. I wish I had a river so tried hard to help me, put me at ease. You loved me so naughty, made me weak in the knees. I wish I had a river I could skate away on. Oh, and I'm so hard to handle, and I'm selfish and I'm sad. Now I've gone and lost the best baby that I ever had. I wish I had a river I could skate away on. I wish I had a river, so long, teach my feet to fly, I wish I had a river I could skate away on. I made my baby say goodbye, say goodbye. Made my baby say goodbye, made my baby say goodbye.
Jen Allen on the piano.
on Christmas, the conductress, they're putting up reindeer, singing songs of joy and peace. I wish I had a river I could skate you're going, I'm going your way. I'm two drifters off to see the world. There's such a lot of world to see. Oh, we're after the same rainbows and waiting around the bend. You're going, I'm going your way, way. Two drifters off to see the world. Such a lot of world to see. We're after the same rainbows then, waiting round the bend.
Hey, thank you. All right. Anson Z. Jones on the voice. I've known you since you were how old? 13 or so. Anson used to sing everything like this. And now she's this stunning musician. I'm a very proud teacher, that is for sure. How about it for Jen Allen on the piano? Mr. Luques Curtis on the bass. The one and only Dan Pugach on the drums. Speaking of Dan Pugach, this next song is about Dan Pugach because he loves coffee to the point where I would even consider it worse than a vice, worse than an addiction. And I am also part of that community of coffee addiction now. I used to only get like the $1 coffees at the deli, and then Dan was like, no, never ever do that again. We will make cappuccinos in the house for the rest of our lives. And that has been happening now for 10 years. So I thought I would write him this little love song. And it's a little backwards, but you'll see. I've been around the block, they say, traveled round the world for days, and despite my wandering eye, I know that you're my guy. My darling dear barista fellow starts my day with some espresso. I've chosen you to make this work. The cappuccinos are just a perk. I've had the blonde roast, I've had the dark roast, I've even had the Brazilian too, but none of those roasts come close to you. I like you a latte. I've had the tall shot, vouch for the short shot, Italiano dreams came true, but none of those shots come close to you. I like you a latte. Hey. You're my barista treasure. You turn up the pressure. You always know what's on my mind. When you sample different grinds, some like a green tea or a kombucha. But all I wanna do is smooch ya, 'cause none of those jokes come close to you. I like you a latte. I told you we were going to do coffee, rivers, water, and bridges. So Anson's going to sing a song that I guess as a teacher I always said was totally inappropriate for you to sing, right?
Well, one of the things about you knowing me since I was 13 is that I've been an angsty teenager for the entire time that we've known each other.
This is true.
You always had one heck of a time getting me to sing the upbeat ones.
This is true.
So here's my take on the coffee theme.
And I would tell her that it's not appropriate to sing these lyrics, actually.
But I'm finally not a teenager anymore.
Okay,
so,
fine. I guess you're 20, fine.
haven't slept a wink. I walk the floor and watch the door, and in between I drink black coffee. Love's a hand-me-down brew. I'll never know a Sunday in this weekday room. I'm talking to the shadows, 1 o'clock to 4. I walk the floor and watch the ball, and in between I pour black coffee. Since the blues caught my eye, I'm hanging out on Sunday, my Sunday dreams too dry. Well, you see, that man was born to go loving. This woman's born to weep and fret, to stay at home and tend her oven, and drown her past regrets in coffee and cigarettes. Well, I'm mourning all the morning, I'm mourning all the night, and in between it's nicotine and not much hot to fight black coffee. Feeling low as the ground, oh, it's driving me crazy waiting for my baby to come around. I'm mourning all the morning and I'm mourning all the night. In between it's nicotine and no hard to fight black coffee. Oh, feeling low as the ground. Oh, it's driving me crazy, just waiting for my baby to maybe come around. To maybe come around. Baby, won't you come around?
Luques Curtis on bass. Featured that one.
The stars are aglow in the heavens, but only the wise understand. Each wonderful night in Tunisia, they guide me through the desert sand. Words fail to tell the tale, too exotic to be told. Each night a deeper night in a world ages old. Seem to vanish, the ending of days really. Each wonderful night in Tunisia, where the nights are filled with peace.
Pugach on the drums. The moon is the same moon as stars above that shines with the cool evening light. Shining at night in Tunisia. Never does it shine so bright. The stars never glow in the heavens. Only the wise understand. Each wonderful night in Tunisia, they got me through the desert sand. Words fail to tell the tale, too exotic to be told. Each night a deeper night in a world angels all the cares seem to grow and vanish. A wonderful night in Tunisia, where the nights are filled with peace. Ba 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 All right. So now we're drinking coffee under the moon in Tunisia by the water. Right?
Right.
Great.
But we're about to also
Be
drinking wine.
Right.
You are.
You can't drink
I'm not.
wine.
I'm
Yeah.
not having any. She is.
That's true. Yeah, but you're going to help me sing the song.
Right,
It's about
of
wine.
course.
It's about this dream I have of having a winery one day. You know. It's called Long Meadow Vine. I have some strong convictions when it comes to drinking wine. It must be proper body if it's something I'll imbibe. But there's heaven in the distance. Oh, winery I've dreamt. Yeah. It's right around the bend where pours will never end. I do. Hey. I've got to go to Long Meadow Vine where the Merlot does grow. I've got to go to spend my dimes where the vino does flow. I've got to go to Long Meadow Vine where Bacchus tickles my nose. Chocolate fruit and thyme, that is how I like my wine. Again. Oh, I've got to go to Long Meadow Vine where the Malbec does grow. I've got to go to spend my dimes where the vino does flow. I've got to go to Long Meadow Vine where Bacchus tickles my nose. Chocolate fruit and thyme, that is how I like my wine. If your man's giving you trouble and your lady gets you down, and they give you grief you don't deserve, turn that lemon into liquor, get to the vineyard quicker, and know that if you're good then you can taste the reserve. I've got to go to Long Meadow Vine where the Merlot does grow. I've got to go to spend my dimes where the vino does flow. I've got to go to Long Meadow Vine where Bacchus tickles my nose. Chocolate fruit and thyme, that is how I like my wine. If
If you're suffering a crisis and you're working all the day, you feel like your life is blasé. I know a charming fella, a great sommelier, reminding you to come try our award-winning rosé. I've got to go to Long Meadow Vine, where the Chablis does grow. I've got to go to spare my dimes where the vino does flow. I've got to go to Long Meadow Vine, where Bacchus tickles my nose. Chocolate fruit and time, that is how I like my wine. Just fine. Oh, right within your reaches and escape from the grind. There ain't nothing better than a glass of good wine. I've got to go to Long Meadow Vine, where the Merlot does grow. I've got to go to spare my dimes where the vino does flow. I've got to go to Long Meadow Vine, where Bacchus tickles my nose. Chocolate fruit and time, that is how I like. Chocolate fruit and time, that is how I like. Chocolate fruit and time, that is how I like my wine. Yes.
All right. I hope you guys are doing fantastic out there in the universe. The coolest part about this is that anybody can watch it all over the entire globe. Also aliens, they can watch it too. They could watch it. Speaking of aliens, is anyone here married? That was a terrible transition. But Dan and I are. And we have, well, he has a band called the Pugach Nanette. And his album, the Pugach Nanette +1, has 10 pieces in it. I sing. And we had the opportunity to write a song together kind of on accident, right? So we worked together a lot. We've been working together for 10 years. We got a Grammy nomination together, which is great. And then on that same album, we ended up recording this song because he had written this wonderful arrangement for a blues. And then at the last minute, the singer he wrote it for couldn't do the show. And unfortunately, we had a little bit of like a couple spat that day. And so he was like, babe, can you write lyrics to this blues? Because I have this great arrangement. I was like, I'll write you a blues. And this is what came out. And it is recorded forever on the internet.
There you go again, Mr. Big Talking Dude. You've been whining but not dining me, and my patience is through. You've been lying but not trying, and it's filling me with doubt. I ask you for simple things, but all you do is shout. So I got some news. I'm gonna kick you out, 'cause you're much more clever when you shut your mouth. Baby, 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 your love makes me weak in the knees, and there ain't nothing better, baby, than the birds and the bees. 'Cause I've gotta draw the line, and I know you are gonna pout. I know you know what I'm talking about, 'cause I got some news. Before I kick you out, you're much more clever when you shut your mouth. Hey. Shut your mouth.
We've been okay during quarantine, though. We've had the best quarantine, truly. I'd like to invite back up to the stage Anson Z. Jones. And before she takes over with this next song, I want to say how proud I am of you. And I'm just incredibly touched that Vita Muir had the brainchild to put this together, because to stand on the stage with people that I consider my family here at Litchfield Jazz Camp, it truly is a family. And Vita and Albert and everyone at this behind the scenes who put this together so that we can work like this. This is not the last time this is going to happen. She's officially graduated from student to collaborator. So take it away, Anson.
Another one of the things that makes Litchfield so special is that Nicole and I are not just, I'm not just her student at camp. We met at camp. And for the first 2 years it was just at camp, but we are lucky enough to live in the same city, and so I go to her with all of my problems once a month, maybe. So she really has taught me basically everything I know. So yeah, we're gonna bring it down with a ballad.
Look at me, I'm as helpless as a kitten up a tree, and I feel as though I'm clinging to a cloud. I can't understand, I get misty just holding your hand. Oh, walk my way, and a thousand violins begin to play. Well, it might be the sound of your hello, that music I hear. I get misty the moment you're near. Can't you see that you're leading me on? But it's just what I want you to do. Well, can't you notice how helplessly I'm lost? That's why I'm following you. Well, on my own, would I wander through this wonderland all alone, never knowing my right foot from my left, my hat from my glove? No, I'm too misty and too much in love. Never knowing my right foot from my left, or my hat from my glove. Oh, I'm too misty and too much in
Oh God, I'm so misty. Okay. I'm gonna talk over the vamp because I need to get a grip. Wow. All right, we have 2 more songs for you. This song is on my new album, which is releasing next Friday, July 31st. It's called All Wandering Hearts. It's a song by Rusted Root. One of my favorite songs of all time. Honored to arrange it. And and play it with this incredible group of musicians.
On the way, on the way. Out my hand, I may see you, I may tell you to run. You know they say by the hour, so pick me up with golden hand. I may see you, I may tell you to run. On my way, on my way. You know what they say about the hour. I would like to hold my little hand, and we will run, and we will crawl. I would like to hold my little hand, and we will run, and we will crawl. Send me on my way, on my way, on my way. Send me on my way, on my way. Send me on my way. Send me on my way. Well, I would like to reach out my hand. I may see you, I may tell you to run. You know they say about the young, so pick me up where golden hand. I may see you, I may tell you.
On the piano, Luques Curtis on the bass, Dan Pugach on the drums, Anson Z. Jones on the voice, I am Nicole Zuraitis. This is our final song. A million thanks to Vita Muir. We love you so much. You are our family. You are our mom. To Albert and Andrew and Tegan, all behind the scenes. To Telefunken. I love all of you guys in here. And thanks for keeping us so safe. Everyone has been so safe and socially distant, totally masked up the whole time. It's just a really incredible place to be. We want to end by doing a song.
By bringing all of the themes of the night together.
Yeah.
Of the afternoon.
Yeah, we're going to do moons.
Moons and rivers.
Moons and rivers.
There's no coffee.
But there's no coffee, but it's fine. I want to do a song that it's just like, I made her learn this song. I make all my students learn this song. Ella's live at Zaraitis version of How High the Moon. Somewhere there's music, play the tune. Somewhere there's heaven. How high the moon? There's the moon. That's the moon. There is no moon above if love is far away too. Till it comes true that you love me as I love you. Somewhere there's music. Oh, it's where you are. It's where somewhere there's a heaven. How near, how far? How near, how far? The darkest night would shine if you would come to me soon, soon. Until you will, how still my heart, how high the moon. How high the moon, that's the name of the song. How high the moon, though the words may be wrong, we're singing it because you asked for it, so we're swinging it just for you. How high the moon, does it touch the stars? How high the moon, does it reach up to Mars? Though the words may be wrong to the song, we're asking how high is the moon. Somewhere there's music, I'll fade the tune. Somewhere there's heaven, how high the moon. There is no moon above if love is far away too. Till it comes true that you love me as I love you. Where there's music, it's where you are. Somewhere there's heaven, it's near no far. The darkest night would shine if you would come to me soon. Until you high is the moon. 2:15 on the dot. Virtual Jazz, Litchfield Jazz Festival. Dan Pugach, Anson Z. Jones, Luques Curtis, Jen Allen, and I'm Nicole Zuraitis. Kris Allen.
Everybody, again, thanks Nicole and the whole band. Awesome job. I know you guys are probably making a ton of noise at home. Don't go anywhere. We've got 7 complete hours of streaming for you today, including right now at this very moment, well, momentarily, an interview with Nicole and Dan, with the esteemed Mike Gal, one of our good friends and colleagues of the festival. So stay tuned for that. And then after that, we have more music with the Charlie Parker Centennial Celebration. Thanks, and don't go anywhere.
People find their best selves, give them all the tools they need to do that.
And mostly through the vehicle of jazz, but other ways too.
Yeah.
What drew me to jazz was the fact that you could improvise over chord changes, that it wasn't just classical where there's like a written melody that you have to play certain notes.
Litchfield is special because of the family environment. The way it's run is smooth from start to finish.
The fact that you don't have to send in an audition tape to come here really sends the message that anyone is welcome.
There's something vital about youth and about what they're experiencing right now.
The jazz camp started in 1997. We run a program that runs for 4 weeks. It's a boarding and day program with in excess of 300 people attending. Our youngest student ever was 9, and our oldest student was an 80-year-old piano player.
We originally decided to come to Litchfield Jazz Camp because we were doing a search on camps that involved music, and this one was so highly rated.
I decided to go to Litchfield Jazz Camp because I saw a lot of great faculty members. It's been a joy, very heart-filling.
I've made friends from all over the world, and I think that sense of community is just really special and it brings people together.
My daughter is a bassist. Her name is Mile. From the moment she got here, she said, "Mom, this is my second home."
Most of jazz's formative years was the apprenticeship system. The older ones and more experienced ones share with the younger ones less experienced. So we formed the classes around this model.
I know where they're at, the way it feels to be surrounded by all these kids that can play music. I could give them the opportunity to express themselves the way they want to.
This has been one of the most consistent things in my life for, the past 5 years. It really does feel like a Litchfield Jazz Camp family here.
It's more than just like a teacher-student relationship. They give you their information and everything, and it just feels like working together and having that type of relationship.
The reason I teach jazz music in general is to help 300 people become better versions of themselves.
Luke said it was his favorite camp. He came here all 3 times not knowing anyone. He really enjoyed and he felt that this is just a community he wanted to continue to be part of.
It's amazing to see what they know at such a young age.
We learn from the students too, just as much.
Outside of the classroom, the faculty have been so incredibly welcoming. For all of the students, we all feel really close with them. They're all just such amazing people.
It's important to have the kids know that even though they're starting up, you can have a career in music. In other schools, they may just say, oh, it's just a fun thing to do, it's a hobby, but we give that opportunity of real world experience that you can do it.
It's not just about music, it's about life. It's about living a good and full and happy life. So when our kids get out into the world, they're ready on so many levels.
It's a fulfilling experience in all areas, between the friendships you make, the music you make.
Mile has found her people at Litchfield. I'm just happy for her. I'm happy she's found her place. I would definitely suggest a camp to other families.
Folks come hang out with us and leave better, faster, stronger, like the $6 Million Jazz Musician.
It's nice. It's nice when it's nice.
It's great fun. Yeah, and we have a great time doing it. The whole journey is fun.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mike Gow from New England Arts and Entertainment, and we're here at the 25th Litchfield Jazz Festival. We just finished our first set, and I have the opportunity to speak with Nicole Zuraitis and Dan Pugach. Welcome aboard, folks.
Thanks, Mike Gow.
It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thanks for having us.
I've known you for such a long time.
I know. We think back in your 2008 debut at the Litchfield Jazz Festival is when we met. That's quite a while ago.
It certainly was, and I remember being like, oh my goodness, that's Mike Gow from the radio station. Because, I grew up in Litchfield County in WBGO. Wait, wrong. WZBG.
The other one's New Jersey.
The other one, yeah, both of them I really want to be on. But I remember being like, oh my goodness, this is Mike Gow. That's so cool. And now here we are, still buddies, all these years later.
That's right. And that was a rough afternoon because the weather was not nice up there that day.
No, and I was just telling Dan last night that I was like, man, I remember 2008, the first time I sang at Litchfield Jazz Festival. I didn't sleep the night before. I was exercising like crazy and not drinking milk and all these crazy things. And instead now we're just in quarantine, eating Oreos and drinking rum and Cokes, waking up at the last second and coming and doing this. But it's still an extremely special thing to me to be part of Litchfield Jazz Festival.
It's great. And if I remember right, that was the year the tent sprung a leak right over the stage where you were going to sing.
Right. It certainly was. And Vita Muir loves to tell the story of how I just danced around that stage while it had a severe leak around the garbage can that was catching the leak like it was nothing. And I want to thank my musical theater days for that acting bit. But yeah, it's a great memory. I'm really happy that happened.
As you and I worked a lot over the years, and while you were finding your way through the music business, you had the opportunity to work with quite a few different people.
Well, some of them I met because of you.
That's right.
Some of them I met because of Litchfield Jazz Camp. And others I met just by the nature of the game. So one of the first people that I worked with was Rachel Z.
That's right.
And then from there on, I started being a blues singer. Then I started doing a folk band, and I toured with Livingston Taylor with Dan and Tom Chapin and Melanie Sofka. And then, oh my goodness, from there on, we played with...
you played with that Steely Dan tribute band. What's it called?
With Kung Fu?
Yeah.
From Connecticut. Yeah, Kung Fu. That was awesome. Bernard Purdy, Omar Hakim. Now we're, at this point, we're playing with all sorts of people. On my album, on my single, I have Cyril Aimé and Tana Alexa.
That's right.
And, yeah, Tony
You get
Sanchez.
to do a lot of collaborative work.
Yeah, the list can go on and on. I guess it could go on. And we still want to, work with as many people as possible. So it's pretty exciting.
So I'm sure there's a lot of memories of shows that happened over the years. What performances stick out in your mind as memorable?
We played at the Polo Club at the Palace Theater in Waterbury, Connecticut. The first time was in 2016. And for that show, I brought my 10-piece band for the first time, featuring Nicole. And I wrote an arrangement for that show because I knew Jeanette, Nicole's mother, is going to be there. And we were not married yet. And so I decided to surprise Nicole and her mom with an arrangement of Jolene that we've been playing as a duo and collaborating since we met. And then I arranged it for the 10-piece band with all the horns. And the first time it was played was at the Polo Club. And her mother really liked it, and everybody liked it, and so did the Grammys like it. And so that got us a nomination.
Grammy nomination, which certainly doesn't hurt to have in your back pocket.
It didn't hurt.
For those of you that have never been to the Poli Club at the Palace Theater, the stage is not very big, and Dan brings in a 9-piece band along with a singer, and it took us over an hour to find a way to fit enough chairs on the stage so that they didn't have to sit on one another's laps. But it turned out to be a great show.
Yeah.
You almost sat on the same stool with her as piano while you were drumming.
Right.
So it was lots of fun.
It was a good show.
The evening you got to open for Dave Brubeck at Infinity Music Hall.
All right.
was a great show that night. It was you and Rachel Z in a trio, and I do remember right before the show started, you were very nervous in the dressing room, going on before Brubeck, and I remember walking in and said, "Okay, there's only one thing you have to remember," and you said, "What's that?" And I said, "When it's time for the encore, play a blues number." And you said, "What blues number?" And I said, "I don't really care which one you pick. Just pick a good blues number. But take a minute so we can get the horn section on stage." And you looked at me and said, "I don't have a horn section." I went, "That's the surprise." And it was nice that Chris Brubeck and Bobby Militello joined you on stage for Stormy Monday.
Yes, sure was. And we still have a video of that up on YouTube. I don't have the heart to watch it because I'm so curious how much I've changed as a singer since then. But I know that right before we started playing, this was like a huge life lesson for me. And as an educator, a jazz educator, like I've been teaching at Litchfield Jazz Camp. Well, I started by going to the camp when I was 12, but now I've been teaching there as like the head teacher for at least 10 years. As an educator, I had a moment where I learned something very important. You know, Bobby Militello said to me, "Okay, you want to do a blues? What key?" And I said, "A." And he goes, "Really?" He's an alto sax player, which that was a learning curve for me. I was like, oh, that's not a very nice thing for me to do to somebody, to throw someone on stage and be like, "Play in B now, friend," who I've never met. So I'll never forget that moment, and that actually kind of shaped me in terms of like, all right, this is everyone's rolling with the punches, and we all had a great time at that show. So thanks for booking that.
You're very welcome. So you're on the faculty at the Litchfield Jazz Camp. I'm sure you've had lots of great students come through. Any stick out in your mind?
Sure thing. We have Anson. We have Allegra Levy was one of my students. Alexa Barcini was one of my students. Dana Lauren, one of my students. There's a great singer in Cincinnati, Ohio, who is an up and coming vocalist. Pretty much though, every single student that I have, I love. I just love teaching jazz voice, mostly because any kid who wants to learn about jazz is already like a special child, who has like a lot to offer and is very smart, kind of like what Vita said before. And I teach from a place of inclusion and positivity, and so it doesn't matter if they go on to become like a famous jazz student. I'm in touch with so many of them. I had two vocalists this past week, Zoe and Annie, and they've been coming for 3 and 4 years. And just watching them improve by leaps and bounds is very, very moving and touching. Just like in the show we just did when Anson's singing Misty, and I'm going, what is going on? First of all, how did I get to be 35 years old? Second of all, how are you 20 years old? So there's been some insane talent that's come through Litchfield Jazz Camp and the Litchfield Jazz Festival stage, and we're just proud to be part of it.
So you two work a lot together. You're in his band, and you're in her band.
I'm in whenever she tells me to play, I play.
So, Dan, I'll direct this question at you. How is it to spend all evening working with your spouse and then have to go home with them?
Well, it's actually... That's a good question. It's actually really, really great. It's something we develop together, how to be together off stage and on stage, and how to be supportive of each other, and enhance each other, musically and emotionally. So we both need each other a lot to be there for each other, and so. I feel like we got really, really good at that. So we can be home all day working together or separately and doing emails and doing collaborations and work on our art, and then go out to play and keep it positive and fun, but stay professional. It's I don't know any other way to be rather other than work with her and be with her and also play with her and think what does she need now? What does the music need? What does it's all I know how to be, is to be with her. So musically and as a partner. So you could say it's pretty
really
good.
sweet.
Is that like from 1 to 10? It's like 10-ish. I mean, I'm not just saying that on camera, but we've been together for a long time. We went through mountains, and I think you would agree that
Yeah.
or not. I don't know. Am I gonna find out that?
Do I get to answer? No, just
it's
kidding.
been very difficult.
No,
She's
I
either
mean,
going to be extremely mad at you or extremely happy with you.
yeah. So far, I'm pretty thrilled. Jeez, you got all sorts of brownie points. I mean, but I feel the same. And also, quarantine has been amazing for us. At first, we read that in Italy, like the divorce rates went like through the roof. And so when we started quarantine together, the thing is, because we work together and we're married, we know how to behave in all sorts of situations. So when crisis hit, we're really good in a crisis together. And so, in quarantine, we learned how to cook. We learned how to put together a virtual piano lounge that kept us sustained and happy for every Friday. That kept our audience engaged. That was huge. I mean, we also had the help of my dad, who would come and bring us groceries, and my mom, who would come and like help us clean, like stuff like that. But we realized that we can both work and also just enjoy being in each other's space without working, thanks to COVID. So if there's one good thing that happened from COVID, we realized that we really like each other.
Well, like any married couple, your as time goes on, your personalities have to grow together.
They do grow together,
and you adapt to one another.
Yeah.
But working together so often as musicians, which one of you has adapted more than the other? Has anybody's style changed, or preferences changed, or perspective changed? Because most musicians, each one has a unique, that very individual style about them and quirks about them, and having to work together constantly. It's not like one's a band leader and one's a sideman. You two are a team, so it has to be a single direction that the two of you are going in. Has either one of you changed at all?
That's a good question as well. I think that we worked together, and we were, before COVID, we were everything. We were band leaders, we were sidemen, side women, we did pretty much everything. But I think the number one point that leads us is that we're versatile. And we always have been versatile. Nicole can play any song known to man and not known to man on the piano. And if she's heard it once in her life, she can also sing it, which means there's nothing we can't play together. And I have my ears. I can pretty much accompany her at any point. I think we're versatile enough to deal with whatever COVID brings, or whatever the next pandemic, or God forbid, we got each other. I think that's that's consistent.
I'm so glad this is being recorded.
Is
so
he scoring
sweet.
big points here?
All the points.
Okay.
He's the sweetest.
Back to memorable shows for a minute, only because you brought up her name. Back in 2011, the Brubeck family asked me to put together a show, a fundraiser, and Jane Monheit agreed to jump in and do the show, and you and Dana Lauren joined her. And when it was time to hire Jane, I went down to New York, and she and I were sitting in the Iridium before the show, and I asked her to do it, and she said, "Yeah, but those girls aren't singing backup." And I just looked at her, and she said, "No, those are the lead singers. They're going to sing lead. We might do a number together, but they're going to get showcased out there, so you better put the show together right."
And that's why Jay Monheit is the best.
That's right. And she took over the night of the show. She took the load off my shoulders and said, I got it, I'll run it. And she shuffled everybody in and off stage, and it was the three of you girls with Jane's band and a horn section.
Man, what a trip down memory lane, huh?
I mean, yeah. We brought your students up on stage for that Brazilian song a couple of years ago.
For the Litchfield Jazz
for
Festival.
the Litchfield Jazz Festival with Dave Stryker and
Carmen
yeah,
Staff.
and Carmen.
John Michelle. Woo. It's awesome.
And last but not least, you have a new CD that comes out this Friday.
I sure
Tell us a little bit about
do.
it.
Well, it was recorded here at Telefunken Studios, the bass tracks, and then the vocals were recorded in New York. And I'm just really, really excited to release it into the world. No matter what COVID brings, I was like, I'm releasing this album. And so it's coming out, and you can follow me on NicoleZmusic.com or Nicole Z Music Instagram, the whole 9 yards. And we would love, if you guys would stream it, show it. We got music videos, we got everything, the whole 9 yards. Come hang out with us on the internet.
Great. Hey, thanks for sitting here and talking with me this afternoon. Everybody stick around. We've got lots more coming up out there. In just a few minutes, we've got Kris Allen and a Charlie Parker tribute, I believe. So, Nicole Zuraitis, Dan Pugach, I'm Mike Gow from New England Arts and Entertainment. Thanks for joining us, and stick around for lots more fun. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Litchfield Jazz Festival. If you're just joining us now, or for those of you who've been with us from the beginning, well, you know what's going on. And we're having a great time here at Telefunken Soundstage, bringing you a variety of music and just sort of celebrating our family and our music, and hopefully bringing some joy into the world today, this summer, going on into the future. My name is Kris Allen. It's my great pleasure to be here leading and introducing this next group, the Charlie Parker Centennial Celebration. Before we get started, I'd like to thank a few of our sponsors, actually all of them, hopefully, shoot. I'd like to really, again, shout out everyone here at the Telefunken Soundstage. It's just been a dream of a setting and a real safe place to do this, and a great sound and great environment. So thank you to everybody here. I want to thank everyone at DownBeat Magazine and a bunch of different national and local agencies that really helped us, put this together, including the National Endowment for the Arts, the State of Connecticut Office of the Arts, the Northwest Connecticut Community Foundation, and a big thanks also to the Sheraton Hartford Hotel at Bradley Airport for hospitality for our musicians. As you watch all of our content, we're streaming for 7 hours today. We've got lots of different features and videos and interviews interspersed with music. You might also notice links at the bottom of the screen for donations if you feel so moved, to PayPal or Venmo if you'd like to help support the festival and the work that we're doing. You might also notice a SurveyMonkey link, and we would really appreciate your feedback on all things having to do with the festival and the camp if you were involved. Big shout out to all of our virtual campers. And as a sort of incentive, we're randomly drawing names from those of you who fill out those surveys and sending out CDs, a 20th anniversary Litchfield Jazz Festival CD, kind of a compilation of recordings. As Vita Muir, our founder and director, mentioned earlier, this is actually the 25th anniversary of the Litchfield Jazz Festival, so we're celebrating that other milestone. And one more thing, if you're watching perhaps on Facebook Live and enjoying what you see, spread the love, share it around, post it to your feed. Let's get as many people watching and enjoying along with us as possible, and all kind of experiencing this virtual community. So this next band that I'm so excited to be up here with, we're calling the Charlie Parker Centennial Tribute. Charlie Parker was born in 1920, so would have been 100 today. And in our specific tradition of Black American music, there's really no one who's, I think we could say, is esteemed higher or more celebrated, more often studied and imitated than Charlie Parker. His playing represented, although it represented an evolution of folks that came before him, most notably Lester Young, Coleman Hawkins, Chu Berry. His style was so personally brilliant and exceptional that most people experienced the kind of music that he played as more of a revolution and kind of a game changer that rippled through all facets of the art world and the music industry, known as bebop. And Parker represented a pinnacle of virtuosity, both mental and instrumental. And we are so happy to be here to sort of celebrate his legacy and play a lot of music we love, music written by Charlie Parker and music kind of associated with him, or things that he played. So I will introduce the members of this band as we go along, but we're going to just start out with Ornithology. Thank you very much. Well, this is the part of the festivities where typically we'd be introducing everybody to rapturous applause. So I hope you will do your part to make a bunch of noise wherever you are. Please give it up for these great musicians. How about a hand for an award-winning composer, band leader, faculty member at Trinity College and Benton College on piano, Jen Allen. Somebody that I've had the pleasure of playing with many times, and one of the best bass players around. You might have caught him in the groups of folks such as Dave Liebman, Jason Moran. How about it for Zoalake du ma belle Pere, Zoé Le Pere on the bass. On the drums, we have, again, one of the leading lights in our world now, leader of his own terrific band called Vision Ahead, a longtime sideman with the likes of Nicholas Payton, Pat Metheny, and lots of great folks. I'm blanking right now. How about it for Jonathan Barber on the drums? And one of my very favorite trumpeters there is. We go back quite a ways too. Veteran of all kinds of ensembles, including Count Basie Orchestra and a couple of fantastic shows on Broadway. Give it up for also a faculty member at the esteemed institution of Purchase Conservatory, of which he and I are both alumni. How about it for Bruce Harris on the trumpet and cornet? And my name is Kris Allen, and now we're going to play a song that has two names, depending on who you talk to. It's either diverse or segment, and we're going to go with diverse. Hope you like it. Thank you very much. We're going to continue now with something of a little different vein. So Charlie Parker was also intimately involved with a number of different kind of fusion strains of the music, as one would say, in his career in the late 40s, early 50s. Most notably, a record that's one of probably his best-selling and most beloved, called "Bird with Strings," that put him in a setting with a kind of a chamber orchestra, but also with different projects that fused Afro-Cuban music with jazz at the time, and this is sort of a representation of that. And if you have a minute, go check out the original repetition. It's by Neil Hefti. It was recorded sort of in an impromptu session in Carnegie Hall, and it's basically Parker improvising a brilliant, logical, perfectly fitting solo over what's already a fully realized kind of written out piece with not any real space in it in its original conception, but he finds all kinds of space, and it's just masterful what he accomplishes, just sort of intuitively, and with obviously with a skill and level of study and preparation like no other. This is Neil Hefti's Repetition, and also I would want to shout out one of our really recently departed greats from whom this treatment of this song we're borrowing, and that's the great trumpeter Roy Hargrove. So this is basically Roy Hargrove's arrangement of Neil Hefti's Repetition, made popular by Charlie Parker. Hope you like it. thanks so much. Hope everyone's enjoying themselves wherever you happen to be, taking part in your home, outside, in the pool, hopefully not while driving. But we're really happy to have all of you along with us, and love seeing the comments. I'm not really looking at the comments right now, but I probably will later. So yeah, we are seeing them. It's happening a little fast, but it's just our pleasure to be here and to be playing music. I mean, all of us have a little bit of pent up longing to do this and missing sort of the fellowship of the bandstand. So this is just a real treat for all of us, and an honor to be here sort of in Charlie Parker's name. We're gonna continue with something that's a piece I wrote, that I wrote. It's sort of extensively borrowed from a lot of places, and because I've already given some listening recommendations for further investigation, I won't stop now. So if you happen to come across a rare record by another great alto saxophonist, Cannonball Adderley, featuring a vocalist, not Nancy Wilson. I mean, that's a fantastic record, but there's a record, Cannonball Adderley with Ernie Andrews, and they sing Bill Bailey, Won't You Come Home, Bill Bailey. And there was just one moment in there that absolutely tapped into every sort of music geek fiber in my brain, where they use a little snippet of a Charlie Parker melody to a blues called Cheryl. They use it as a background in such a slick and just a cool way that it inspired me to just keep on going. So I said, I want to do that. I want to fill up the entire Bird Bailey with fragments of Charlie Parker tunes. So that's basically what this thing is. It's 17 different little fragments stitched together. But I think that it's kind of a cool illustration of one of the ways that Parker's language kind of lives on and gets retold, throughout the generations, and we kind of, refer to it in constantly in solos and melodies, and it's just sort of like this bubbling undercurrent of material that kind of binds us together, but also binds us back in history. So in that spirit, we present Bird Bailey. Thanks very much. How about it again for Bruce Harris on the trumpet and cornet? Jonathan Barber on the drums. Zouai de la Pere on the bass. And Jen Allen on the piano. My name is Kris Allen, and this is the Charlie Parker Centennial celebration. We're grateful to be a part of all the festivities here at the Telefunken Soundstage. Thanks again to everyone, behind the cameras, behind the audio boards. We really appreciate you all. One kind of notable difference between this experience and what one would usually come to expect at a festival such as Litchfield is, the safety measures, the social distancing protocol that's kind of in some ways got the different bands today sequestered and separated, and that's definitely necessary and appreciated, and just kind of how things are, but as a consequence, we do miss a little bit of the hang, so to speak, and getting to mix it up with different bands. And so we're gonna have just a taste of that when thinking about this music and Charlie Parker and all the different things, the ways in which he was brilliant. There's not a whole lot of this out there, but I'd love to hear him play behind vocalists, and in particular this recording by very young Sarah Vaughan doing Lover Man with Parker and Dizzy Gillespie. And so we wanted to invite our good friend Nicole Zuraitis to come up and do that arrangement with us right now. So if you welcome Nicole Zuraitis, we're going to do Lover Man.
Hi, guys. Hello.
but I'm feeling so safe. I long to try something now. I've never had no kissing. Oh, what I've been missing. Love 'em in a way. Can you be? The night is cold, and I'm oh so alone. I'd give my soul just to call you my own. Got no moon above me, and no one love me. Love a man, where can you be? That the thrill of romance could be like a heavenly dream. I go to bed with a prayer that you'll make love to me, strange as it seems. Someday we'll meet, and you'll dry all my tears, and whisper sweet little things in my ear, hugging and a kissing. Oh, what I've been missing. Love a man away. Someday we'll meet, and you'll dry all my tears, and whisper sweet little things in my ears, hugging and a kissing. Oh, what I've been missing. Love a man, oh, where can you be? Love a man, oh, where can you Wow, that sounds great, guys.
Thank you again, Nicole. It was great. So we are getting to that time, nearing the end. We've got one more tune to offer. I want to just send our thanks and gratitude and love to Vita Muir and Albert and Andrew. Yes, Tegan, everybody at the Litchfield Fest, everyone watching. It's been our great pleasure. Wanted to end with this one, this one is by my teacher, Jackie McLean, and someone who a lot of us up here were very close with. And this one is by Jackie for Bird. It's called Bird Lives. I love the record of this because he says, I feel him every day. And he would always, Jackie would always wear 2 neck straps to every class he taught. And he said, one's for Bird. So I only have one on today. I think by that math, I should probably wear 3. But I'm sure the good folks at Van Doren could arrange that. Anyway, so we hope you guys enjoy. This is Bird Lives. Stay tuned immediately after our set's done here. Bruce and I are gonna have a chit chat. I'm gonna have a little interview. I'm gonna ask Bruce all the burning questions that have been on my mind for a long time. And if you want to Instagram me questions for Bruce, you have about 2 minutes to do it, and then I have about 5 minutes to learn how to get messages on Instagram. So we're gonna have a good time, but stick with us. And then immediately after that, we'll have a terrific band, Art Blakey Centennial Celebration, and it's the music's gonna keep on going. Please stay with us. Please observe and patronize the donation links. Fill out the survey. Share this with your friends, even the ones in your own house. Just share anything. Share all this good stuff. All right, here's Bird Lives. Zoe de la Pere, Jen Allen. My name is Kris Allen. Please stay tuned for all the rest of the festivities here on the live stream. 25th Annual Litchfield Jazz Festival. See ya.
The mission of Litchfield Performing Art is to help largely young people find their best selves, give them all the tools they need to do that.
And mostly through the vehicle of jazz, but other ways too.
Yeah.
What drew me to jazz was the fact that you could improvise over chord changes, that it wasn't just classical where there's like a written melody that you have to play certain notes.
Litchfield is special because of the family environment. The way it's run is smooth from start to finish.
The fact that you don't have to send in an audition tape to come here really sends the message that anyone is welcome.
There's something vital about youth and about what they're experiencing right now.
The jazz camp started in 1997. We run a program that runs for 4 weeks. It's a boarding and day program with in excess of 300 people attending. Our youngest student ever was 9, and our oldest student was an 80-year-old piano player.
We originally decided to come to Litchfield Jazz Camp because we were doing a search on camps that involved music, and this one was so highly rated.
I decided to go to Litchfield Jazz Camp because I saw a lot of great faculty members. It's been a joy, very heart-filling.
I've made friends from all over the world, and I think that sense of community is just really special and it brings people together.
My daughter is a bassist. Her name is Mile. From the moment she got here, she said, "Mom, this is my second home."
Most of jazz's formative years was the apprenticeship system. The older ones and more experienced ones share with the younger ones less experienced. So we formed the classes around this model.
I know where they're at, the way it feels to be surrounded by all these kids that can play music. I could give them the opportunity to express themselves the way they want to.
This has been one of the most consistent things in my life for, the past 5 years. It really does feel like a Litchfield Jazz Camp family here.
It's more than just like a teacher-student relationship. They give you their information and everything, and it just feels like working together and having that type of relationship.
The reason I teach jazz music in general is to help 300 people become better versions of themselves.
Luques said it was his favorite camp. He came here all 3 times not knowing anyone. He really enjoyed and he felt that this is just a community he wanted to continue to be part of.
It's amazing to see what they know at such a young age.
We learn from the students too, just as much.
Outside of the classroom, the faculty have been so incredibly welcoming. For all of the students, we all feel really close with them. They're all just such amazing people.
It's important to have the kids know that even though they're starting up, you can have a career in music. In other schools, they may just say, oh, it's just a fun thing to do, it's a hobby, but we give that opportunity of real-world experience that you can do it.
It's not just about music, it's about life. It's about living a good and full and happy life. So when our kids get out into the world, they're ready on so many levels.
It's a fulfilling experience in all areas, between the friendships you make, the music you make.
Mile has found her people at Litchfield. I'm just happy for her. I'm happy she's found her place. I would definitely suggest a camp to other families.
Folks come hang out with us and leave better, faster, stronger, like the $6 Million Jazz Musician.
It's nice. It's nice when it's nice.
It's great fun. Yeah, and we have a great time doing it. The whole journey is fun.
Hello. My name is Kris Allen. Welcome to the Litchfield Jazz Festival online. Those of you who've been with us the whole way through, or maybe you're just joining now, we have a variety of different musical performances, 3 different bands throughout the day, and we're also getting a chance to have little interviews, artist talks interspersed throughout. And so it's my great pleasure to be here with my good friend Bruce Harris, the great trumpeter and cornetist. Bruce is a veteran of such esteemed organizations as the Count Basie Orchestra, the Jazz at Lincoln Center Orchestra, and is now a faculty member at the Purchase Conservatory of Music, SUNY Purchase. And Bruce, welcome to Between Two Flowers. Yeah. Yeah, good to see you too. I think we need to be in the mics, right? Yeah.
This is just like how it is when I play. They're like, "Could you point at the mic, please?" And I'm like, "Sure."
Yeah. So
hello out there.
Yeah, so we just finished a set of music in celebration of Charlie Parker's Centennial, and walked right over here and sat down, and we're going to talk a little bit about Bird, share some of our experiences, and I'm anxious to ask Bruce questions because, when this project was conceived, and shout out to Vita Muir, just walked in the room. It was her idea, and I was so pleased to get the chance to sort of coordinate it, and Bruce was the first person I thought of to join me in this and sort of play the Dizzy Gillespie role, as it were. So man, it was a lot of fun.
Yes.
Can you maybe, I don't know, when did you first hear Bird, or when were you first aware of Charlie Parker at all?
I would say pretty early. My grandfather played alto saxophone, and he didn't live with me, but he would visit from time to time because he lived on the West Coast. So whenever he would come to New York, it was always cool because my grandfather's coming and he's going to play saxophone. It was kind of like my first introduction to seeing musical instruments. And my grandfather was probably one of those people when Bird was on the scene who was completely taken by him and completely obsessed with Charlie Parker. Like, pretty much that's all my grandfather talked about.
So he saw him live.
He saw him live.
Oh, wow.
He was completely entranced in that culture. So he also played alto. So he would come to our house and practice in the bathroom with the lights off, with a little radio.
Oh, wow.
And he would play along to the Bird solos.
Wow.
And so when I heard him, I didn't know a lot about music at the time, but one thing I was able to realize was he would play with the recording, and the recording was here, and my grandfather was all the way over there.
Okay.
And I'd be like, "Grandpa, you have to play with him. You're behind."
Oh, interesting.
I used to always say, "You're behind him," and he's like, "Well, it's not as easy as it sounds.
Right.
Obviously, this is Charlie Parker's music."
Right.
So yeah, that was my introduction. The record Bird and Diz.
Huh.
I remember him playing that a lot. And
but was he trying, when you say you're behind him, like he probably wasn't even trying to play exactly with him, right? He was probably just like answering him, or
no, he was playing the transcribed solos.
Oh,
but he couldn't keep up with the solo.
Oh, gotcha. And you noticed and said you're behind it. That's cold.
Yeah, so I used to tell him. But he was he was a good alto player.
Yeah.
But he was actually more like theoretically like a genius. He like transcribed every solo from Bird with strings.
Really?
I mean, hundreds of Charlie Parker solos.
Wow.
And that was just kind of his thing, to just analyze it. So he would talk about all kinds of theory stuff. I had no idea what he was talking about.
Wow.
But yeah, that was my intro.
And wow, so I have a lot of questions about this. I mean, so, and did that sort of love or interest like completely skip a generation? Did either your folks get interested at all? Is
It definitely skipped a generation.
Wow.
Well, at least for one of his kids. So he had, or two of his kids. He had 2 daughters, one being my mom.
Okay.
And my uncle. But the only one who kind of got into jazz was my aunt.
Okay.
And she was into Sarabon and sung. She went to LaGuardia High School.
Oh, wow, okay.
But other than that, yeah, it skipped a generation. I'm the one who actually got into playing jazz.
And when your grandfather was hearing Bird, was it on the East Coast? Was it in New York? Was he originally from the Bronx too, or?
Yeah, he was originally from Harlem.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he lived in Harlem,
Right.
but he eventually moved to the West Coast. So
Okay.
he was here.
Wow.
He was hanging out.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Sometimes this history, just the way in which we speak about these people, it can give you the sense that it's so long ago, and then you like interact with someone that was like, no, I was there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I, for many years of my development, I'd be, with the mentality. I'm a stone cold bebop because I love the music so much. I just, I love bebop so much because I think it's the best.
Right.
But really, I mean, I grew up with it. So
Right.
It was music from my family. So that's why I think that's the real reason
Sure.
for the connection.
And is your grandfather still alive, or?
No, he passed last year.
Last year. So
actually a week ago last year.
Wow. So I mean, I guess that answers my next curiosity. Was that I was wondering just how much of your career did he get to see, and I guess quite a lot, which is really cool.
A good amount, yeah. Especially because of the internet, so that's good because he wasn't in New York a whole lot.
Right.
So,
Oh, that must have been really special.
Yeah.
Moment of pride. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool. And how do you remember kind of imitating that? Do you remember studying Bird deliberately? I mean, I know you had the exposure hearing your grandfather practice, and but do you remember like setting out to transcribe, and like what are some of the ways in which you learned from Charlie Parker?
It was so in my household. Hold on. In my household, we were pretty open musically. Like we listened to everything. Like there are very few styles of music we didn't listen to. So I did listen to jazz, but it was never a thing of like, oh, now this is jazz now. We just had our records on rotation. So that consisted of hip hop, classical music. We listened to a lot of soundtracks, which is weird. Prince, Marvin Gaye, and Charlie Parker. So we had two records that was in my grandmother's rotation, and it was Bird and Diz and a compilation from the Savoy sessions. It was called Bird and Miles. So those two records I heard all the time, and I knew them. So I mean, because it was something no one said you should learn this or you have to learn this. It was just stuff I heard all the time. So I already knew it. I would sing along with the entire record from when I was a kid till when I started playing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then actually, I remember one of the first times when I started playing trumpet, my grandfather would teach me to play some of the songs, and he was teaching me to play Night in Tunisia, and I knew it from the record. So when it would get to the Bird break, I would just kind of like fake through, like
right.
So I would always hear like the accents and stuff like that, So that was like kind of my introduction to like transcribing. I was like 11 or something like that.
And those records, did you kind of gravitate towards Parker or the trumpet players in particular? Do you say, well, I'm really checking out Dizzy or Miles or Fest Navarro, like, or was it both? Did you kind of hear them as maybe kind of similar voices?
I didn't gravitate toward the trumpet players. I gravitated toward Bird.
Wow.
Because I did listen to trumpet, but I listened to a lot of classical trumpet. So at that time, when I would hear Diz and Miles, I was like, oh, they're okay, but they don't have like a good trumpet sound. This is me when I'm a little kid.
Yeah.
Because I was used to the classical trumpet tone.
Okay.
So I would most of the time just gravitate toward Bird.
What when I'm speaking with saxophone students, I'm always trying to convince folks to transcribe your own instrument, but then there's so many ways in which other instruments can kind of feed you. For example, if I as a saxophone player am going to transcribe a trumpeter, I feel like it's going to be so beneficial because I'll never get that clarity. There's a certain clarity and power to the eighth notes that if you listen to Clifford or Freddie, it'll be a losing battle, but a good, a fruitful like search to try to duplicate that. I feel like the saxophone is naturally like a little mushier. I don't know. So that's what when you're as a trumpeter, like transcribing Bird or another saxophonist, what are some things that maybe the saxophone is going to push you into that wouldn't happen from trumpet?
Sort of just having to make do, because you can't fully imitate the sound of a saxophone, so you have to kind of create ways to imitate not so much the notes but inflections. So there would be like a lot of inflections that Bird would do, and you have to kind of figure out your own way to make it sound like that on a trumpet. And not that I was thinking of that consciously at the time, but I would just kind of fake it. I would fake a lot of things, but those things that you do to sort of fake what the saxophone does can kind of add to just your style and creativity. You know, I think that's why we hear Kenny Dorham sound the way he sounds, because he really sounds very different than Miles and Dizzy. But he said he learned he was a saxophone player also. So I think that that translation can lend itself to just sort of a completely different sound on your instrument.
And I'd be curious to know. Now I mentioned before we went to Purchase together, and I know you've taught there in some capacity for a long time now, right?
No, actually, it's been like 1 year. I mean, I've subbed some lessons and stuff like that,
but now you're full time there, right? Which is awesome. I remember, when we were there together, it was probably
mid-2000s,
2002, 3, 4. I don't know. And
I forget.
I just remember being really blown away by your absorption. I would tell people who I know, man, you should read this guy Bruce. Like, he just learns a lot of tunes like really fast, and like you seem to just have that. Like, you say there's no effort to it, but it just, I guess that's just something that just came to you, like just learning lots of tunes.
Well, it's funny you say that, because that's the same thing I would say about you. So you spoiled me a lot of ways. So when you were in New York and we were playing together, because I'm sometimes a little unorganized, and like the day of the gig, I'd be like, "Oh, I want to play this song." And for most people, they're like, "Really, bro? You couldn't tell me like 2 weeks ago?" But I could like call Kris, and he'd be like, "Okay," and he'd like have it like the same day. So I assumed everybody could do that.
I think we connected on like that, on just like a love of learning a lot of stuff, just a like that whole process. But I'm curious how this. I'm curious to know about your interactions with your students now, and thinking about your own process with Bird, and the way, like, how this looks like. What are some ways in which you sort of, I don't know, kind of codify this for your students?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's funny how things kind of go in trends, because I feel like when we were in school together, like learning Charlie Parker wasn't necessarily like the top of the list in terms of most hip thing to do. Right. But at Purchase now, so many people are into it. So a lot of people are checking out a lot of that music already. But the thing that I just try to tell students to do is it's like treat it like it's just pure music. It's not so much about it being an assignment for you or something that you have to learn. Just listen to it, absorb it. There's probably an entire book of music right now that you just maybe heard growing up, but you didn't think about trying to learn it because you had something to do. So, and it's all in your head. So I just try to tell them to just enjoy it. Just listen to it, enjoy it as much as possible, because that's what it was for me. I just heard it so much that it made learning it that much easier, because it wasn't this new thing in my ears and in my head.
So are you teaching private trumpet lessons?
I'm actually just teaching a few courses.
Just a few courses. Oh, wow. Okay. What courses are you teaching?
Jazz rep and a few ensembles.
Cool. Yeah.
We're actually not doing it. Well, I'm teaching like more like late 50s, 60s. So.
Okay, it has a certain theme, right? And I imagine you guys are probably right now just trying to figure out what the fall is going to look like.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a big wait and see right now. Yeah. We're just happy that there is something to go back to. So that's very positive, and we're just happy about that.
Yeah. So. Wow. What I mean, along those lines, not to be corny and dig for silver linings, but like, what do you I mean, have there been any have there been any like benefits of the quarantine? I mean, has being not playing with people, having like sort of this break imposed on you, has it been the cause of any self-reflection or any kind of, I mean, how's your outlook on your own music and your career and your work been changed by this experience of like the pandemic and all that?
You know how when someone cooks something and you cook something with a lot of seasoning, right?
Okay.
And then you make it and it's really good. Like as soon as you make a bit, but then when you let it sit for a few days, then you really taste the flavor.
Sure.
That's what I feel like has been happening for me musically, because there were a lot of these things, devices, melodies, lines, and so many things I've been working on. And when you're running to do gig, everything, you're kind of forcing it out. I feel like, for lack of a better phrase, just a lot of all of the music that I was taking in has just marinated a little bit, and it's like I feel less like I'm trying and I'm just doing, at least mentally.
Right.
But physically, when you're not playing gigs, so it's like if we can just get those two things to mesh, see what happens. But I feel mentally just very refreshed from the time off, to be honest.
That's cool.
It's a lot going on. New York. It's just like, gotta run and do this rehearsal, this gig. Oh, I gotta go teach. It's like, whoa.
Yeah. Hopefully, and I get what you're saying about the physical aspect, the athletic part of it is like you need to keep that up. What do you have any any ideas or any sort of like recording projects or anything in the works? I'll plug very briefly. Bruce has a great album on Positone, 2017, Beginnings. If you enjoyed his performance today, or even if you didn't, just want to give him a second chance. Come on,
just
be
try
nice. But what else? What else is do you have other things sort of like in the works or?
Yeah, I mean, I'm recording, which is really exciting, is just a quartet record, because the first record I did, it was with 3 other saxophone players. So when you really break down the amount of time I played on the recording, it wasn't a whole lot. So I was like, well, we're gonna flip it this time, and like I'm gonna just play quartet. And which is, if you would ask me like 10 years ago would I do a quartet record, I'd be like, hell no.
Really?
Yeah.
Just because
I'm like, I want to play with another horn player, or like, what will I do? But like now, I'd love to play, not with, I'm in control of the front line, and because I could just change things on the drop of a hat. There's a certain freedom that comes with it. So I'm excited about that. Because I don't have to lock into something.
I think it's kind of good to, I mean, just in the economy of getting projects together and people learning music, it's kind of good. Something I've been thinking about, is trying to, put the most of the burden on myself. It sounds like, it's like you're kind of gonna like, you're not really relying on anybody else to make it happen. They can just follow. Wow, that's cool. I don't know, anything else you want to talk about?
I'm gonna ask you one question.
All right.
What lesson do you feel you've learned, one of the biggest lessons you've learned from the lineage of Bird to Jackie McLean to you? I don't know if that's...
Yeah, that's a great question. All right. Bird to Jackie. The biggest lesson, like just seeing that.
It could be musically, life, I mean, anything, really.
I mean, it does give... I mean, just on a sort of, like you mentioned, your grandfather. That's something I like to talk about with students a lot, just to emphasize how recent this all is, and like I'll be teaching somebody, oh yeah, the guy who taught me this learned it from this guy who's a picture in the book, and this doesn't go back that far. I mean, Jackie was. He was a lot closer with Bud Powell than he was with Bird. I don't think Jackie ever had the actual sort of like kind mentorship that he wanted. I mean, I think he followed him and obviously like learned the music. it's hard to distill a lesson. I have to. I mean, there's a constant. I don't know if this is a lesson I've learned, but there's a constant pressure in sort of having spent a lot of time in really formative years around Jackie and sort of having a close facsimile of a lot of his language, like sort of at the ready, especially when we play a tune like Bird Lives. Like it's kind of a constant temptation to go there and or a negotiation in mind, like, do I really want to play, am I slipping too much into just his bag? Because he has, Jackie, is very distinct from Bird, right. and it was there, but he has his own personality. And I think, I'll push the question back towards Bird, and one of the things I think is so interesting and so kind of like speaks so highly of the depth of what he did. If we listen to Jackie, and then we listen to Cannonball, and then listen to Eric Dolphy, and on and on and on, and Ornette, and all the disparate sounds, and for each one of those, man, we could say, well, their prime influence was Charlie Parker, and it's just like this one person's language has an infinity to it, right. And it's, and frankly, it's due to the specific brilliance of that one man's thing, but it's also due to the amount of attention people paid to him. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And
well, it's interesting when you say that. Bird's influence was so strong. Like we were talking about before the interview, of like how he's one of the few guys who, like, up until him, you copied the guy on your instrument who you
right.
But then Charlie Parker comes along, and drummers, bass players, pianists, are trying to get that style.
Right.
But you think about how many alto players were affected by him who we don't know about. My grandfather being one.
Sure. Yeah.
So how do you walk away adding your personality to it and taking all of those things?
Right.
And I think it just goes to show you that personality is just such a strong thing.
Yeah. Well, and one of the lessons I love, I do one class that's just all about Bird, and I just love, particularly, I think the most interesting part is like trying to figure out what his practicing and how he studied, and kind of think about how we think about music nowadays. Now in our modern jazz world, we definitely in 2020 we elevate this idea of personality and distinct and uniqueness, right? And we want to be different and unique, more so than I think that Bird and Dizzy. I don't think that was kind of on the front of their minds all the time. Like, I'm gonna create this specific, and yet who did that more than him, right? And we might, maybe the students we work with might listen to a huge range of music, and
especially now.
Yeah, like so much music, which is a great thing, but maybe not anything in depth. And if you really think about, just due to the technology of the time, when Bird is practicing with Lester Young, there's just not that much. It's just like a 20-second solo on one side of a record, and then just the amount of minutes of Parker, of Lester Young, of Coleman Hawkins, the people he really checked out. It's so small, and with such a small amount of material, he kind of logically got so much. I think just the attention span. When you really check out like Charlie Parker and just as a teenager, when he's really getting his work done, like just the thoroughness. And you could say the same thing I think about John Coltrane in the same way, like the thoroughness and the attention span, the completeness with which he must have practiced, and the discipline. It's pretty different. It's pretty different than most of our modern day sort of distracted, kind of, thing. And that's something I try to think about for myself and my students,
Hard to emulate these days.
Yeah. I mean, the world is working against us all in that regard. Yeah. And now I do wish we could take calls from the audience. Yeah.
No, we don't like that question.
Deborah from Chicago is on the line. Says,
Deborah?
Yeah. I thought of something though. Speaking of social media, and I do enjoy. I remember really, like you posted a beautiful like Coleman Hawkins solo, like early. One particular hashtag that I associate with you is "pretty for the people."
Yes.
And I like that phrase. And maybe you can elaborate, like what exactly is the spirit of that?
Well, I mean, so I got the phrase from a record by a guy named A.K. Salim, and that's the name of the record. It's called "Pretty for the People."
Oh, wow.
And it's a great record. It's with Max Roach, J.J. Johnson, Pepper Adams, Johnny Griffin.
So is it like
Kenny Dorham?
50s?
Yeah, from the 50s.
Okay.
And I always like that title because, that was a phrase they used back in the day. They would say, play pretty. You know? And I always loved that phrase because that's how I thought you should play. You should try to play as pretty as possible.
So A.K. Salim is trumpeter?
No, he was a composer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, because you said Kenny was on it. Yeah. All right. Wow. Yeah. Huh. So
I just got, and I just liked it.
Yeah,
Play
it is
for
like
people. Play pretty and play for the people.
Yeah. And that seems like,
I wish I had a better.
No, those are. I mean, but
for
it's not. I mean, it's just it's interesting sentiment insofar as it seems. Why wouldn't you? But people approach what we do with a variety of different sort of rhetorical stances in terms of what's important and what we're really here for, and so it's not. I mean, that's interesting because it is not universal. It's not, this is a stance,
And you know what? If anybody thinks like my stance is like that, you must only play pretty for the people, I will dispel that right now.
Right,
you can do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of it all fits.
Right.
You do what you do.
And pretty is moving target, I think, too.
Right,
I mean, even if we, we could bring it back to Bird, like, I think he's somebody, and I think Dizzy would, like, who maybe got people to move the needle a little bit on their envisioning of what a pretty tone on those instruments was.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some people, like, would have compared Parker to Johnny Hodges or Benny Carter, or people with sort of like more deliberately lush sounds, and said like, oh, you're playing like so kind of like cold and like hard. I think Langston Hughes even said like devoid of pity, like this kind of like you sound mean, but it's like there's just a whatever, I think it's pretty,
moving target. I like that. Yeah, that's true.
Wow. So, well, we're getting the 5 minute. We could be good to go right now, if you want. Yeah. Well, I'm happy. Bruce has been a lot of fun. Yeah, this has been cool. So this is Bruce Harris. What's your website?
www.bruceharrisjazz.com.
Yeah. So, follow Bruce. Look up. When.
BruceHarrisMusic.com. I got jazz on the mind. BruceHarrisMusic.com.
Someone right now is like buying up that domain name to try to sell it to you.
They already bought it.
Yeah. So yeah, stay in touch, stay connected. Look us up, please. If I don't think you need much enticing right now, but we're just minutes away from the Art Blakey Centennial celebration, another terrific band. With great musicians, I'm very much looking forward to. So, thanks everybody for watching, and be safe. And Bird lives. We film every day.
I'm Vita Muir, and I'm the founder, artistic, and executive director of Litchfield Jazz. I'm responsible for shaping programs, dreaming up new programs, creating connections for students with the wider world and what their future is, what colleges they're going to, just everything. I'm kind of the mama of what happens here.
My job is to help organize all the musical educational journey of the camp, and I have a great set of colleagues, and we all work together to make for great experiences for the students.
What drew me to jazz was the fact that you could improvise over chord changes, that it wasn't just classical where there's like a written melody that you have to play certain notes.
I don't think I would have pursued music as a career if I hadn't come to Litchfield, because nobody from where I was from was making a living as a musician. And so having mentors and people that I could look up to, such as the faculty members and my own peers at the Litchfield Jazz Camp, helped make me realize that a career in music is possible, and made me feel safe when I moved to New York City because I knew people that I had met at Litchfield Jazz Camp there.
The fact that you don't have to send in an audition tape to come here really sends the message that anyone is welcome.
Litchfield is special because of the family environment. The way it's run is smooth from start to finish.
There's something vital about youth and about what they're experiencing right now.
The jazz camp started in 1997. We run a program that runs for 4 weeks. It's a boarding and day program with in excess of 300 people attending. Our youngest student ever was 9, and our oldest student was an 80-year-old piano player.
We originally decided to come to Litchfield Jazz Camp because we were doing a search on camps that involved music, and this one was so highly rated, so we decided to come.
I decided to go to Litchfield Jazz Camp because I saw a lot of great faculty members. It's been a joy, very heart-filling.
I've made friends from all over the world, and I think that sense of community is just really special, and it brings people together.
My daughter is a bassist. Her name is Mile. From the moment she got here, she said, "Mom, this is my second home."
I got here and it was the first time I had ever played music with other people, which was a really life-changing experience.
Most of jazz's formative years was the apprenticeship system. The older ones and more experienced ones share with the younger ones less experienced, and they all work together. So we formed the classes around this model.
A lot of my teachers would give me the freedom to express myself in music. I know where they're at, the way it feels to be surrounded by all these kids that can play music. I could give them the opportunity to express themselves the way they want to.
This has been one of the most consistent things in my life for, the past 5 years. There's nowhere near the same connection with the other musicians as getting to play with people every day, and it really does feel like a Litchfield Jazz Camp family here.
I was 12 when I first came to the Litchfield Jazz Camp. I was able to teach from a young age and teach alongside great teachers. So that's a very unique experience that not many places give young people, to not only have their input valued as a young professional, but also guided by someone with years of experience.
It's more than just like a teacher-student relationship. They give you their information and everything, and it just feels like working together and having that type of relationship.
The reason I teach jazz music in general is to help 300 people become better versions of themselves. It gives you tools and gives you various ways of dealing with other elements of your larger life.
Composition is a big part of being a jazz musician. Almost all the combos perform original compositions by the people in the groups. And
when you're coming to the Litchfield Jazz Camp, not only are you coming to learn more about your craft, but you're also coming here to be part of a bigger community and a bigger family that you don't realize till way later.
Luke said it was his favorite camp. He came here all 3 times not knowing anyone, but he said that the camaraderie was amazing, and the whole focus on music being part of your soul and part of you, and exploring that and everybody being accepting of that, he really enjoyed, and he felt that this is just a community he wanted to continue to be part of.
It's important to have the kids know that even though they're starting up, you can have a career in music. In other schools, they may just say, oh, it's just a fun thing to do, it's a hobby, but we give that opportunity of real-world experience that you can do it.
It's amazing to see what they know at such a young age. Many of them come here with a lot of knowledge and a lot of drive to learn and be better, and that encourages me to want to be better too.
We learn from the students too, just as much.
Outside of the classroom, the faculty have been so incredibly welcoming. For all of the students, we all feel really close with them. They're all just such amazing people.
The other major activity is the faculty concerts, which happen every night at camp. That's a moment where we demonstrate our passion, our skill with the music, and the students can see us really doing our thing.
Hearing the faculty at night has lifted up my soul and my spirit.
I get to tour and travel and perform throughout the year, so we meet all these awesome musicians, and I know that if I bring them here, they're really going to bring a unique perspective to students.
Having Dawn and Vita around is really great support because every year they remember you and it gives that tighter kind of vibe within the camp.
The mission of Litchfield Performing Art is to help largely young people find their best selves, give them all the tools they need to do that.
And mostly through the vehicle of jazz, but other ways too.
This was his first time at a music camp, so I was a little nervous, but I found that the tone from the camp leadership was really friendly and welcoming, so I knew he was in good hands.
Come into it with an open mind. Focus on improving yourself and improving you as a person, you as a musician. Just having fun, because that's very important. And I mean, this place is fun, so it's not that hard.
To a young person that's looking into Litchfield Jazz Camp, I'd say it's a fulfilling experience in all areas. Between the friendships you make, the music you make, everything about it, I absolutely adore.
Taking yourself out of your comfort zone is going to make you grow so much, not just as a musician, but also just as a human being.
It's not just about music, it's about life. It's about living a good and full and happy life. So when our kids get out into the world, they're ready on so many levels.
Mila has found her people at Litchfield. I'm just happy for her. I'm happy she's found her place. I would definitely suggest a camp to other families.
It is this generation that's redefining what jazz is and how we navigate and create the new structure.
Coming here was just the actual proof that I can do this. I think I'm the product of the testament of what can happen. It's a sheer joy to be with the children and nurturing them and seeing them grow through the end of the week.
Folks come hang out with us and leave better, faster, stronger, like the $6 Million Jazz Musician.
It's nice. It's nice when it's nice.
It's great fun. Yeah, and we have a great time doing it. The whole journey is fun.
Good afternoon. We're back. Some of us have never left. I hope you all are enjoying Litchfield Jazz Festival 25th annual version, anniversary live here from Telefunken Soundstage. We've got one more fantastic group to round out the afternoon. I'd like to begin by once again thanking our terrific sponsors and partners, starting with all the folks here at Telefunken. Yes. It's been a joy and a pleasure, such a beautiful space, and we feel safe and taken care of I'd like to also thank DownBeat Magazine, the National Endowment for the Arts, the State of Connecticut Office for the Arts, the Northwest Connecticut Community Foundation, and the Sheraton Hartford Hotel at Bradley Airport. I'd also direct your attention to the links at the bottom of the screen periodically to, if you'd like to participate with us and share our work at the Litchfield Jazz Festival, the PayPal and Venmo donation opportunities, as well as a link to a SurveyMonkey survey, because we'd love your feedback. And we're randomly selecting several people to reward for their time in doing so by sending our 20th anniversary CD. And we'd like to also just ask if you're enjoying yourself, if help us spread the word. Share this Facebook Live event to your story or in any other social media avenue you see fit. So our final group for the day is going to pay tribute to another person who is just so important to us all, to the whole history of Black American music, and that's the great Art Blakey, born in 1919. And Art Blakey, many of you, I'm sure, are well aware of Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, but if you're not, this was a band that existed for 35 years with a very unique sense of mission and purpose, and Art Blakey was dedicated to the younger generations of musicians. Periodically, the band turned over very often in an effort to really nurture and create a whole generation of generation upon generation of new band leaders in their own right. Some of the greatest men and women that have been a part of this music. I'm talking about people like Wayne Shorter, Freddie Hubbard, Lee Morgan, Wynton Marsalis, and some of these gentlemen behind me today. Blakey was really committed to a certain kind of communicative relationship with his audiences. He talked about his music washing the dust from everyday life off one's soul, and musically, his music celebrated and affirmed all kinds of connections to various other subgenres of Black American music, and celebrated that commonality and sort of the wide river of tradition that we're all swimming in. So we're very fortunate to have on the stage gathered a number of folks who are alumni of this great University of Art Blakey, and other folks that were directly mentored by him and otherwise inspired by him. So it's our pleasure to present Valery Ponomarev, Don Braden, Robin Eubanks, Carl Allen, Lonnie Plaxico, and Zaccai Curtis, the Art Blakey Centennial Celebration.
you so very much, dear ladies and gentlemen, for your generous applause. I know you raising storm of applause. I know that. We just played for you Immortal. You know the song, you know the tune. If you actually don't know the title, just don't admit it, you know. It's one of the most, if not the most spiritual songs ever written. Mourning. All right. And of course on the bandstand right now, right in front of you, some of the greatest messengers ever played with that Blakey, the jazz messengers. Actual messages, not someone who just came in, listened, said hello. No. These incredible people, including our incredible drummer. I'll tell you about him in just 1 second. Every one of them worked, learned, studied, and grew into immense, phenomenal, one of the best, if not the best, on his instrument musicians. Everyone on the bandstand. Of course, Zaccai Curtis on the piano. Dear ladies and gentlemen, one of the best in the world, if not the best piano players in the world. Zaccai Curtis. The same goes for our incredible bass player. Dear ladies and gentlemen, if I keep repeating the same thing, I'll be repeating the same thing, you know. I already said it. Just one of the best, if not the best. Of course, Lonnie Plaxico on the bass. Let's hear your beautiful applause, dear ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Beautiful. And of course, the same goes for our incredible trombone player, dear ladies and gentlemen, one of the best in the world. I already said it, and I'm repeating myself, and I love repeating it. It's such a great pleasure playing with some of the best in the world musicians. Dear ladies and gentlemen, messengers. Like Art Blakey said, once you're a messenger, you're always a messenger. All right? Robin Eubanks. Robin Eubanks. The same goes for our phenomenal, absolutely incredible tenor saxophonist, dear ladies and gentlemen. I will never get tired repeating the same thing. One of the best in the world on his instrument, and who knows, maybe the best in the world on tenor saxophone, dear ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear for Donald Braden. Thank you. We hear your enormous applause out there. The whole world is applauding for jazz messengers. Jazz messengers never gone anywhere. Jazz messengers always here. This actually legacy of Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, but it's still the messengers. Dear ladies and gentlemen, and guess what? We have Art Blakey in the audience. You know that? But he's not playing with us. But, you know, this program, nobody in the world, except for Art Blakey himself, of course, can play better than our incredible drummer. Dear ladies and gentlemen, again, one of the best in the world, if not the best, probably the best. Let's hear for incredible Carl Allen, dear ladies and gentlemen. Nobody can play this program better than, of course, not to count Art Blakey, but than Carl Allen one more time. Let's hear, dear ladies and gentlemen. I know you applaud, I know you. Okay, anyways, the first song we played for you is Immortal Mourning, and right now we'd like to play a beautiful tune from the pen of Freddie Hubbard. And this beautiful tune is called Crisis. Thank you, thank you. We had to wait until you finish the storm of applause. Yeah. We enjoyed it so much, I tell you. Anyways, right now, next tune, we're going to play another tune, actually, from the pen of The Messenger, actually one of the original, one of the first musical directors of the Jazz Messengers, and his incredible tune, Along Came Betty by Benny Golson. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, dear ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I kind of interrupting you. I hear that incredible storm of applause over there. But we got to continue. This next song we're going to play for you is another legendary composition. Also recorded, actually, incredible musician and co-leader of the Messengers at one time, before it became like Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. It was Horace Silver and Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. And Horace Silver wrote this incredible song we're going to play for you right now. Actually, I always tell the audiences, fasten your belts. Boy, I've seen people flying through the roof. That's the effect this incredible song makes on people. And it's called Quicksilver. Such a great pleasure playing for you, dear ladies and gentlemen out there in the audience and in front of us, of course. And right now, a very special moment in our program. Of course, we always almost always played this beautiful tune composed and arranged again by a living legend, Benny Golson. And this tune is dedicated to one of the greatest, if not the greatest, jazz trumpet players ever, Clifford Brown. And this beautiful tune is called I Remember Clifford. Dear ladies and gentlemen, on this tune will feature, just like I say, nobody can play this program better than Art Blakey, of course, except our drummer, dear ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to feature incredible, one of the best, if not the best in the world on drums, and playing the song, not just very famous, the most famous, the most loved, the most revered, copied, studied, and imitated and by bands all over the world. And this is Blues March by Benny Golson, one more time.
Thank you. Have I got a mic? Good. Thank you, Valery. Thank you to all these wonderful players. It's been a pleasure and a privilege to have you with us tonight. Thank you, everyone out there, for listening in. We appreciate it very much. Thank you, many of you, for responding to our request for donations, which are going to come in very handy to help us cover the costs of doing this program. If anybody would like to see programs something like this in the future, by all means, we'd love to hear from you about that. And one more thing, our jazz camp was a tremendous success. We did it for just 2 weeks. I want to pause right there and say, Mr. Braden, who has been a very modest sideman today, Don Braden has been the music director of our camp for 23 of its 24 years and done a magnificent job helping us through this craziness. We're considering, because we are crazy, we're considering, by request from people who've gone for the 2 weeks, doing yet another week in August. So if anyone is interested at any level and any age, do get in touch with us and tell us that, and then we'll try to accommodate. I'm going to hand not this microphone because it's the Lilliputian microphone, but point to that microphone for Kris Allen, who has done a wonderful job for us all day today and
Thanks, V.
all summer and for many, many years.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm here in part just to make sure that we appropriately shout out our very generous sponsors, the Telefunken Soundstage, of course. This beautiful space and these such a hospitable place and a fun time working with all of you today. We'd like to thank DownBeat Magazine, the National Endowment for the Arts, the State of Connecticut Office for the Arts, the Northwest Connecticut Community Foundation, and the Sheraton Hartford Hotel at Bradley Airport. And thank you for all of you for listening. If you'd like to continue the experience, I'm going to walk over just 20 feet to my left and continue with an artist talk with Valery and Lonnie and we're going to talk all things Art Blakey and the legacy of Art Blakey and hopefully get some good stories about their time in that band and how that's impacted them going forward. So thanks again for being with us, and thank you to all of you for sharing your music with us today. And take care.
Good night. Thank you very, very much. I'm Vita Muir, and I'm the founder, artistic, and executive director of Litchfield Jazz. I'm responsible for shaping programs, dreaming up new programs, creating connections for students with the wider world and what their future is, what colleges they're going to, just everything. I'm kind of the mama of what happens here.
My job is to help organize all the musical educational journey of the camp, and I have a great set of colleagues, and we all work together to make for great experiences for the students.
What drew me to jazz was the fact that you could improvise over chord changes, that it wasn't just classical where there's like a written melody that you have to play certain notes.
I don't think I would have pursued music as a career if I hadn't come to Litchfield, because nobody from where I was from was making a living as a musician. And so having mentors and people that I could look up to, such as the faculty members and my own peers at the Litchfield Jazz Camp, helped make me realize that a career in music is possible, and made me feel safe when I moved to New York City because I knew people that I had met at Litchfield Jazz Camp there.
The fact that you don't have to send in an audition tape to come here really sends the message that anyone is welcome.
Litchfield is special because of the family environment. The way it's run is smooth from start to finish.
There's something vital about youth and about what they're experiencing right now.
The jazz camp started in 1997. We run a program that runs for 4 weeks. It's a boarding and day program with in excess of 300 people attending. Our youngest student ever was 9, and our oldest student was an 80-year-old piano player.
We originally decided to come to Litchfield Jazz Camp because we were doing a search on camps that involved music, and this one was so highly rated, so we decided to come.
I decided to go to Litchfield Jazz Camp because I saw a lot of great faculty members. It's been a joy, very heart-filling.
I've made friends from all over the world, and I think that sense of community is just really special and it brings people together.
My daughter is a bassist. Her name is Mile. From the moment she got here, she said, "Mom, this is my second home."
I got here and it was the first time I had ever played music with other people, which was a really life-changing experience.
Most of jazz's formative years was the apprenticeship system. The older ones and more experienced ones share with the younger ones less experienced, and they all work together. So we formed the classes around this model.
A lot of my teachers would give me the freedom to express myself in music. I know where they're at, the way it feels to be surrounded by all these kids that could play music. I could give them the opportunity to express themselves the way they want to.
This has been one of the most consistent things in my life for, the past 5 years. There's nowhere near the same connection with the other musicians as getting to play with people every day, and it really does feel like a Litchfield Jazz Camp family here.
I was 12 when I first came to the Litchfield Jazz Camp. I was able to teach from a young age and teach alongside great teachers. So that's a very unique experience that not many places give young people, to not only have their input valued as a young professional, but also guided by someone with years of experience.
It's more than just like a teacher-student relationship. They give you their information and everything, and it just feels like working together and having that type of relationship.
The reason I teach jazz music in general is to help 300 people become better versions of themselves. It gives you tools and gives you various ways of dealing with other elements of your larger life.
Composition is a big part of being a jazz musician. Almost all the combos perform original compositions by the people in the groups. And
when you're coming to the Litchfield Jazz Camp, not only are you coming to learn more about your craft, but you're also coming here to be part of a bigger community and a bigger family that you don't realize till way later.
Luke said it was his favorite camp. He came here all 3 times not knowing anyone, but he said that the camaraderie was amazing, and the whole focus on music being part of your soul and part of you and exploring that and everybody being accepting of that, he really enjoyed, and he felt that this is just a community he wanted to continue to be part of.
It's important to have the kids know that even though they're starting up, you can have a career in music. In other schools, they may just say, oh, it's just a fun thing to do, it's a hobby, but we give that opportunity of real-world experience that you can do it.
It's amazing to see what they know at such a young age. Many of them come here with a lot of knowledge and a lot of drive to learn and be better, and that encourages me to want to be better too.
We learn from the students too, just as much.
Outside of the classroom, the faculty have been so incredibly welcoming. For all of the students, we all feel really close with them. They're all just such amazing people.
The other major activity is the faculty concerts, which happen every night at camp. That's a moment where we demonstrate our passion, our skill with the music, and the students can see us really doing our thing.
Hearing the faculty at night has lifted up my soul and my spirit.
I get to tour and travel and perform throughout the year, so we meet all these awesome musicians, and I know that if I bring them here, they're really going to bring a unique perspective to students.
Having Dawn and Vita around is really great support because every year they remember you, and it gives that tighter kind of vibe within the camp.
The mission of Litchfield Performing Art is to help largely young people find their best selves, give them all the tools they need to do that.
And mostly through the vehicle of jazz, but other ways too.
Yeah. This was his first time at a music camp, so I was a little nervous, but I found that the tone from the camp leadership was really friendly and welcoming, so I knew he was in good hands.
Come into it with an open mind. Focus on improving yourself and improving you as a person, you as a musician. Just having fun, because that's very important. And this place is fun, so it's not that hard.
To a young person that's looking into Litchfield Jazz Camp, I'd say it's a fulfilling experience in all areas. Between the friendships you make, the music you make, everything about it, I absolutely adore.
Taking yourself out of your comfort zone is going to make you grow so much, not just as a musician, but also just as a human being.
It's not just about music, it's about life. It's about living a good and full and happy life. So when our kids get out into the world, they're ready on so many levels.
Mile has found her people at Litchfield. I'm just happy for her. I'm happy she's found her place. I would definitely suggest a camp to other families.
It is this generation that's redefining what jazz is and how we navigate and create the new structure.
Coming here was just the actual proof that I can do this. I think I'm the product of the testament of what can happen. It's a sheer joy to be with the children and nurturing them and seeing them grow through the end of the week.
Folks come hang out with us and leave better, faster, stronger, like the $6 Million Jazz Musician.
It's nice. It's nice when it's nice.
It's great fun. Yeah, and we have a great time doing it. The whole journey is fun.
Good afternoon. We're here again in our Artist Talk studios at Telefunken Studios in Windsor, Connecticut. This is the kind of culminating event of the Litchfield Jazz Festival online 20th anniversary. We've just gotten done, perhaps most of you have just gotten done enjoying a wonderful performance by the Art Blakey Centennial Tribute Band, led by these gentlemen I have with me. And so I'm pleased to introduce Valery Ponomarev and Lonnie Plaxico, both real legends in our field, folks I really look up to. Both of these gentlemen have scores of records out under their own name and as sidemen with Art Blakey and a variety of other people. And so I'm really grateful for you guys being here and grateful for the chance to just hear stories about art and your time coming up. I wonder, and it was a wonderful set, by the way. Thank you very much. I wonder if... Now, I know, as we were just talking, that both of you had a lengthy tenure with Art's band. Valery, you in the later 70s, and correct?
I actually joined the band end of 76.
76, okay. And then Lonnie in the 80s, more or less?
83 to 86.
Okay. Would could each of you tell us, how that came to be, how you met Art, how you got into the band, or you want to go first?
Sure.
Yeah.
A couple of things, not to forget. I didn't mention during the concert, and I definitely should have said it. We had incredible drummer. Is it okay? I hold it like that? No problem, right? No, close. Incredible drummer, Carl Allen. Like everybody else played with Art Blakey. Everybody knows that. But audience does not realize that Carl actually also played with the Messengers. Not just played with the Messengers, he subbed for Art Blakey in the Messengers more than once. So that's incredible. And truly, without any exaggeration, one of the best in the world. And nobody can play this program better than Carl, except for Art Blakey himself, who I really felt like was in the audience today. The way Carl played. And of course, everybody else. Lonnie, I remember Lonnie when he, as a young man, used to come when I was with the Messengers playing, and there was this almost a kid, and he sat in. Everybody's looking at him. Wow, look at this giant kid, played beautiful. And sure enough, soon he was in the band playing with Art Blakey in the Jazz Messengers. So everybody you saw on the bandstand not just touched the divine, they were really there, for real. They really studied, they really learned, they became messengers. And it stays with you your whole life, being a messenger, Like Art Blakey knew that people not even forget, they just say this word, which is to me kind of negative, ex-messengers. What do you mean ex-messenger? And Art Blakey didn't like that. And he would always correct people and say, once you're a messenger, you're always a messenger. I heard him say that many times. Do I sound very close to Art Blakey?
Yeah.
Lonnie can confirm that.
Yeah.
Anyways, I have a lot of things to say. Another thing. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting now.
No, go for it.
I want to mention the festival. It's a legend of a festival. Legendary Litchfield Jazz Festival, 25 years, quarter century, always bringing incredible artists, always doing great job for the music. For the music and for the audience. And the festival itself should get the credit just for being such an incredible venue for jazz music. Yeah. I just made sure I will say it because I didn't say it during the concert. But right now I'll wait for Lonnie to say something, and then my turn.
Okay.
If I start talking, it'll be hard to stop me.
That's okay with us. So all right, fine. Lonnie, so what was he already teased your story a little bit, but what was your experience? How did you get connected with Art Blakey? And
Actually, I was it was a state department tour with Art Blakey, Betty Carter, Jimmy Owens, and Dexter Gordon.
Oh, wow.
I was playing with Dexter Gordon.
Gotcha.
And Terrence and Donald.
Okay.
I got to meet them, and Charles Framber wanted to sub the gig out.
Okay.
So Terrence told Art Blakey to call me. So
nice.
That's how I got the gig.
And so I gather you're from Chicago originally, right?
Yep.
How long at that point had you been in New York?
I was 22.
Okay.
When I got the gig, so I was 21 when it's 1 year.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, 1 year.
So things happen really fast.
But New York.
And,
that's why people come to New York.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm saying it's definitely not a given that you end up playing with Dexter Gordon, Art Blakey. So that speaks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that speaks very highly of what the way you were dealing with the music. Oh, that's cool. And how about you, Valery? Like, what was your? I'd like to ask both of you lots of questions about your time with Art. But what was the inception? How did you make that connection in the first place?
That's an incredible question. Art Blakey actually knew exactly what I'm going to tell you. You'd be surprised.
Okay.
But Art Blakey not only he wasn't surprised, he knew exactly what happened, and he used to say very often, "Valery was a messenger long before he joined the messengers."
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Yes.
He knew this music I heard far away from where it was born and grew in the phenomenal form of art created in America, of course, and then presented to the whole world and everything, and people come to the United States to hear, experience it in original form and everything, in original place, its place of habitat, so to speak. But he knew something, and he said it many, many times. I'm so proud of it. Anyways, first time I heard moaning, oh my God, man. I was totally, that's decided my life then. I was 16 or so years of age, and I heard moaning and Lee Morgan playing. You know the words to it? Who put
words to that?
Very many phrases we play.
Yeah.
They have words to them.
Yeah.
People very often don't realize it. This particular one is Big Fat Mama. Big Fat Mama. And it's actually repeated through arrangement many times.
Wow.
Benny Golson plays similar notes, but rhythmically the same, Big Fat Mama, many times. Anyways, my life practically was decided then. I wouldn't be able to do anything. I knew that. This is what I wanted to do to the rest of my life. Nothing else mattered. That was it. And at one point, it was possible. Actually, the Soviet Union at that time was still closed country. You couldn't really freely travel anywhere you wanted to. But I found a way. It's a long story. Don't want to take too much time right now, but actually he asked me if I want to plug anything. And of course, the whole story in its entirety is described in my book.
Okay. What's that called?
According to many specialists, experts, best in this business, I'm not just saying it for my own to promote my book, but I repeat what experts said. It's one of the best, if not the best, book on jazz written, okay? And it's called On the Flip Side of Sound. And once you read the book, you'll realize why it's called On the Flip Side of Sound. And so on and so forth. Anyways, and many, many stories over there, and Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, and traveling and discovering jazz music, escaping from the Soviet Union, joining Art Blakey, and then finally, first time I saw Art Blakey live, and I introduced myself. This story is longer than I
it's fine.
Tell right now, but in short, it sounds like this. And somebody in the audience said, "Hey, Art Blakey, look at this guy. He's..." In New York, they already knew me. I was sitting in everywhere, and people knew me. So anyways, when the first set ended, somebody, I know exactly who it was, actually. But anyways, he pointed at me and said, "Hey, Art, look at this guy. He's from Russia. He plays like Clifford Brown." Art Blakey looked at me. "Who are you?" "Who are you?" Yeah. I said, "I'm a trumpet player from Russia." "Where is your horn?" That was his first words.
Yeah.
It's all in the book, better told. But anyways, I realized right away what he meant. And I say, "I'll bring it tomorrow. We'll talk to you then." That's what he said. Next day, I was there with my horn, with my trumpet, and I was sitting there whole concert. In the break, he came up by my table. Anyways, he paid me so many compliments, people didn't realize it. I saw it, that he really remembered who I was, and he really was checking me out. I know, in many, many different ways, all described in the book. So second set starts. Bill Hardman, the band, playing his heart out. Actually, that night was Japanese, not Shinzo Ono, another Japanese. He became a star in Japan. Trumpet player was sitting in Aunt Woody Shaw.
Oh, wow.
Anyways, set ended, and Art Blakey still didn't call me, and he said, "You'll play, you'll sit in." Okay, you'll sit in. And the set is already over, and I'm sitting there, and nobody. What do? I'm like, you know what? Did you ever hear people saying, before they dying, they see their whole life? I was sitting there, and I actually saw my whole life, jazz life, that is, And I came, to meet Art Blakey, to meet the legend, and all of a sudden this is coming to an end. And all of a sudden he goes like, "Okay, it's your turn, come." And I played. I tell you, once we started playing, that was another drummer sitting in, Jimmy Lovelace. Great. Did you ever meet Jimmy? Swinging, boy, he really swung. He knew how to play jazz music. And so I was not sitting in with Art Blakey, and Art just said, play theme song. He didn't ask me if I knew theme song. He said, "Play theme song." Okay, so I said, "Well, whatever, no Art, but at least I play." Walter Davis was on the piano, Chin Suzuki was on bass, and I started playing, like maybe first 8 bars. All of a sudden, as beautifully as he played, Jimmy, all of a sudden, boom, boom, some kind of mess. I say, "What's going on here?" And I ask, in musical language, "What's going on?" Yeah. And I hear back, boom, 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 boom. Woo! I knew exactly what was going on. And I asked again, exactly in the musical, in jazz language, I asked, "What's going on? You hear me? I'm not just drunk tourist or something. I know what I'm talking about. I know the language. You're with us. Stay with us. Don't worry." He was talking to me, Man, I already knew exactly what was going on. I was totally aware of it, but I still turned around and looked. Where Jimmy was, there was Art Blakey sitting. But Jimmy was helping Art to set up his hi-hat back to where it was, because he switched it to shorter distance, but Art played taller distance. That's why he made such a beautiful sound out of not only out of all the whole set, all the cymbals, but particularly hi-hat cymbals. And Art was, "You're with us, don't worry about it, play." Man, I was not on earth anymore. I was out there somewhere, When I came to my senses, Art Blakey, "Play a ballad, anyone you like." How often did you see somebody sitting in, and Art Blakey is telling you, "Now play a ballad," Anyways, of course, what? You expect me to ask Walter Davis if he knew what's new? I wouldn't be that stupid, I just started playing what's new. We played what's new. Man, audience went nuts. Applause was so high, so loud, so excited. We're lucky walls didn't break, Audience went nuts. Art Blakey, play theme song. We finished playing our what's new. Then we played again.
That's awesome. Oh, that's a great
theme song.
Yeah.
Theme song. Man, I don't even remember how I packed my horn, anything.
Sure.
All I remember, Art Blakey, right in front of me. Grabbed me like this. You're strong, remember? Real strong. Grabbed me like that. You'll be playing with my band. You'll be playing with my band. His words, I still hear them.
That's great.
I'm talking too long, right?
No, it's beautiful. That's beautiful.
No, but Lonnie, you should talk because I can talk and talk. You know what? I mentioned my first book already, right?
Yeah.
On the flip side of sound. Another book I finished. It's already been published. It will be out end of August, at the earliest end of August, and it's called. Actually, I titled it as my graduation theme, thesis. But in actuality, it's just quoting Art Blakey and what I learned being in the Messengers. From Art Blakey directly. I already used this expression, touch the divine. I did touch the divine, you know.
Well, that's a good segue. Maybe I'll put that question to you, Lonnie. Like, what, especially since I know both you gentlemen, like all of us out here, have some hand in education and working with students, but also leading your own bands. Can you distill any lessons that you learned from Art Blakey that you really think deliberately about passing on to other people, other maybe younger musicians?
Well, I mean, when I became a band leader, I was looking for younger musicians because that's what Art Blakey was doing. And I think it's your peers, they all working, and young musicians more eager to learn and stuff like that. So that's what I learned that from Art Blakey, to keep, bringing in new musicians and helping them out. Yeah.
Any other stories that either of you? Sorry, I should be talking to the mic. I have a question I wanted to ask you guys. You already mentioned Moanin' being such a incredible album. What's another, just for other folks who might be listening or watching this who might have never really checked out Art Blakey that much? What's a record that you guys aren't on, like maybe an earlier one that you would say, oh, this is my favorite record, my favorite Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers record?
I like most. I don't have any favorite. I mean, all of them are good.
Yeah. But if you had to pick one,
it would probably be Moanin'.
Moanin', yeah.
That record album. Yeah.
And if you had to pick
the
just
same
one other
here.
than Moanin'.
The same here. Wherever Art Blakey plays, it becomes the Messengers.
Sure.
And music starts to sound like the Messengers. And how can we not love the music of Jazz Messengers?
Right.
So for me, all of the records, the first and the main, the best ever and all that is still Moanin'.
Yeah.
But of course, name almost any record where Art Blakey is... it's a sensation. It's phenomenal. It's incredible. And besides, we, like sidemen, when we worked with Art Blakey, we had incredible chance to learn about the music. And that's a tradition which is passed along for generations and generations. Musicians learning from previous generation.
Sure.
That generation learned from previous generation. We had a chance to really actually learn the whole thing. And that's what my next book is all about. It'll be, it's my thesis basically.
Cool.
What's the idea? That's the idea. It'll be out end of August, and it'll be soon here. I'll send it.
Beautiful.
Vida,
Yeah.
of course.
I'll have to look for that. So, all right, great. So, did you hear that, people? Moanin'. Art Blakey and Jazz Messengers.
Best of all records
Get
ever recorded.
moanin'.
There's everything in there. Past, present, future, as far as musical language is concerned, melodies, arrangements, solos, execution, you name it, articulation, dynamics. How many times did you hear, dynamics, guys, dynamics? That's one of the quotes described and studied, so to speak, in my book. Another one, music is a collective product. How many times did you hear that? Always. And if you think about it, it's not just playing collectively. There's like underwater. There's a lot of things behind it, beyond the obvious, so to speak.
Of course, yeah.
And every quote in the same way, treated the same way. I talk about it, I explain what it really means, what Blakey was trying to teach you and all that. Anyways, I'll shut up, otherwise I'll be talking and talking.
Yeah, no, this has been fun. So I think we are getting the signal for out of time, but I want to thank you both again, for the beautiful set of music and for all, you're playing that so many of us enjoyed for so long, and for talking with me today and sharing with everyone out in Facebook land and whatnot. So Lonnie, Plaxico, Valery, Ponomarev, thanks so much. It's been a pleasure.
You.
Take care.
Pleasure. It was a great pleasure, great day.
Yeah, it was.
Beautiful event. Thank you.
Gee, but it's tough to be broke, kid. It's not a joke, kid. It's a curse. But my luck is changing, and it's gotten from simply rotten to something worse. Maybe one day I will win too, when I begin to reach my prime. No comments, please. But now that I know what a rand is, all I can spend is just my time. I can't give you anything but love, baby. That's the only thing I've plenty of, baby. Dream a while, scheme a while, you're sure to find happiness, and I guess all those things you've always pined for. It's good to see you looking swell, baby. Diamond rings that will work, nothing sound, baby. Until that lucky day, you know darn well, baby. I can't give you anything but Rome wasn't built in a day, kid. You've got to pay, kid, for what you get. But I am willing to wait, dear. Your little maid, dear, will not forget. You have a lifetime before you, and I'll adore you, come what may. So please don't be blue for the present, when it's so pleasant to hear you say, I can't